Good. Is it afternoon? Not yet, but just about. Good afternoon. No, almost afternoon, I should say. Stevie Walker here. After a quite abysmal morning on the table after the exploits of last night. But however, I've just sat down after getting myself changed and stuff, ready for the day ahead. Dan Davey, 5-0 in front of Eddie Roberts. And from what I've seen, Eddie's struggling a bit. That is the way this game can be at times. So Eddie, mountain to climb, race to 8. It's not insurmountable, but it looks like Dan, with more than the upper hand, feeling good, playing good. Going to be a tough ask. That's a good shot. And the red just above the black. I'd like to have an angle just to flick it. Maybe just nudging the yellow towards it. I think he's a bit straight here. We'll see from that angle. And what I'm looking, I've just sat down and I'm thinking that Eddie he's popped a red in the bottom, but it's looking the way he's looking up towards the yellow at the top, so maybe I've been slightly mistaken. I'll find out in a moment when he plays the shot. IPA pool, Welsh Grand Prix. We're in the Village Sports Bar down in the south of Wales. I have to say, a big shout out to the guys here, full team, all the staff etc. They've went out their way to make sure the tables have been fantastic and everyone's been looked after the full weekend. Well, no complaints, that's for sure. I think any time you come here, everyone seems to have a good time. So welcoming, so long may it continue. I do hope with a bit more support we can get back here again. Just looking at that chalk, Dan always sits his chalk on the table every single time. Looks like a donut he sat down. Donut Dan Davey. Probably doesn't sound right. It sounds like I'm talking about I'm eating donuts, but it's mad how different everybody chalks their cue in it. People like to kind of chalk off the edge, other people dig a hole right in the centre of it. The reds are awkward. As you know, I thought Eddie was actually on reds at one point. But that one close to the black at the right middle is going to be Dan's biggest issue. Could drop this in and then take the one to the right. Give himself just enough angle to play towards that cluster. He's not considered it. I wonder if he can pop that red into the right middle, just flicking it off the black, just to clear the bag. Yeah, it looks really tight. This is what he's thinking. This is the shot. Can he just power through it? He's trying to be cute. Obviously Dan thinking he could just about miss the yellow and just flick the red. You can see that red is in all kinds of trouble. I mean, when you consider if you got just inside it, it does go in the bottom right, or the bottom left as we look right now. If he can get higher. Oh, he's stolen a bit of an angle. So Dan, I know he doesn't like it, but I wonder if he can just dig down, bottom right hand side on the cue ball and just flick it. Cloth, so reactive. Little flicker right hand side and get himself over to the right hand side of the table. And he'll have that red to the bottom left as you see on your screen right now. He's decided to try and come the other side and take it in the top right. And it's not worked out. Maybe chance for Eddie to get back in this. And not just back in it. Could it be a turning point? He is well behind right now. Well, as long as you're at the table, as long as you're in the match, anything can happen. Your opponent can win 5, you can win 5. Just have to stay patient. Dan Davey going for the bottom cushion, foul and a miss. So won't get a better opportunity than this, Eddie Roberts. Clever shot. And just pop the yellow in the top left corner now. And take the one to the bottom right. And the two yellows at the left hand side will take care of themselves. Black ball over the middle. Straightforward enough. You don't get many better chances than this one. Most chances that you do get, you need to take. That much is for sure, because you get punished at this level. Time and time again. Yeah, he landed a bit straighter than he would have liked, but that's okay. See Callum Jackson at the top of our screen there. Fantastic win last night against Liam Dunster. And the problem for everyone here is Liam might have been beaten in that match. But he's still going strong. He's 4-1 up in the losers qualification against Greg Davis. Getting Liam out of there once is hard enough, but getting him out of there twice is just as tough. If not far tougher. He just doesn't seem to go away. He was at the table next to me this morning and he leans over and says, I don't know what's happening here, Stevie. I'm all over the place, but I've dished 4 in a row. And I'm thinking, yeah, I wouldn't mind being that much all over the place, but that's Liam Dunster for you. Oh, that is sad. He gets a good contact, gets the ball in the middle. Not a bad break, there's an opportunity there. And he's kicked in off, and all of a sudden, after getting a bit of a reprieve, it looks at Dan Davey with a fantastic opportunity to get himself that 5-frame gap again. Oh, well. That has just made things a little bit more tasty. I think he'll still want yellows. I'm pretty sure the top yellow over the middle pocket at the left. Maybe still go in and take the red away. It's made life, certainly at this point, a bit more difficult. And you can see on the camera the angle given to you right now that the yellow will still sneak in. He's going to play it in such a way he clears the pocket at the same time. Don't think he'll have many issues, but it certainly could have been a touch easier. I'll trace the left hand side here, try and come straight back out. Yeah, I like that shot. Give himself an option for both. I'm pretty sure his preference would have been the one to the middle, and he might still take it. Just drift through the gap between the black and the red. Yeah, good shot. Just nip this off the bottom jaw. Nice shot, perfectly straight. Dan Davey is going to be 6-1 in front against Eddie Roberts here. Eddie getting one back and then a break and kicking off. Bit of a sword one. Five frame gap. Eddie now really looking like the mountain is getting a lot higher. If Dan Davey to break, chance to get on the hill. Brand new Strachan 861 cloth for the weekend. Absolutely first class. Tables playing unbelievable. Brand spanking new Aramis Pro Cup balls. Played on the Supreme Winner table. Smart rack being used. I really can't ask for much more here at the IPA. It's one of the breaks that you don't mind going dry. See Eddie. All he wants is an opportunity to come to the table with a chance. Instead he's coming. The table in a bit of a mess. Nothing really standing out. Maybe one of these situations, if he can, just kind of hide the cue ball and hand the table back to Dan. Oh, Eddie. Oh, my word. Oh, when it rains, it turns into a thunderstorm for Eddie Roberts. Wow. That's a sore one. That is a sore one. And probably just about sums up this match between Eddie and Dan. Tough school at times. And this being a qualification match. Get back into the last 16 main draw. And it's looking more likely that it's going to be Dan Davey making his way through. And remember, Dan is the defending champion here at the Welsh Grand Prix. I'm pretty sure he would love to make it 2 in a row. That red just below the right middle. I think it will still drop in. Yeah, he's overcooked that. He's still okay. Better view of that ball over the middle. That will drop in. You see from there it's just past the knuckle of the middle pocket, so it should be okay. If Dan can miss all these yellows here, come round towards the middle of the table, should be in good shape. That's exactly what he's done. His only decision is really whether to leave that one over the middle to last. He would have to take the one to the bottom right, bottom left, go up for the one down the left hand cushion. I'm not sure he can now. Maybe just drop this in. He's going to have a shot to play. Yeah, that was the only problem for me. Now, getting on that red just off the cushion is going to be tough. That is some effort, by the way. Some effort. It was never going to be easy. And he could have been forgiven for just dropping on it at the bottom side, playing it to the top left. I don't even think it doubles anywhere. Maybe bottom cushion off the yellow. That's the only thing I can see. He's tried to cut it. Wasn't a million miles away. I don't actually think that was on. And chance for Eddie to get another frame on the board. Try and put a bit of pressure, if he can, on Dan Davey here, who is miles in front in this match. Long way to go. If Eddie can somehow just chip away. I don't think it would be a bad idea to pop this in, go up the table and hide the cue ball. Try and open up the two yellows. I was trying to open them up with a shot. Yeah, I don't mind it. Still not straightforward. For me, probably. Got one kind of safety shot type thing before deciding to go for a finish, but he could go right now, could try and drop this in the middle, play the one to the top. So here we go, he is playing that. Good shot, Eddie. He just needs to mind his work a little bit. The one that he's standing closest to at the cushion, he's got the angle to drop on it right now. Yeah, absolutely perfect. This definitely a confidence boosting attempt at the finish here. Even though he will be 6-2 behind if he gets them. Plenty of time. Just needs to keep Dan off that magic number of 7. Keep him off the 7 for as long as he possibly can. And he'll have a chance here. He's landed a bit straight. I actually think he maybe should have just stunned the one to the top and left himself on the one to the bottom left. He's dropping that in. Natural angle would have brought him over. For the yellow he's playing just now is his last ball. Well, that's a nice shot, well controlled. He just flicked the red. It should be absolutely fine. Leave him nice on the black. Oh, I didn't even need that. Eddie Roberts gets one more frame on the board at 6-2 Dan Davey. A long way to go here. Obviously if Dan pops in 2 in a row it won't be, but Eddie's still in there fighting, chipping a chair as they say in the world of poker, and then pool. He's still at the table. He's still in the tournament, so he's still got a chance. Declan O'Callaghan 3, Cian Monaghan 3, Gavin Robinson 5, Andrew Whitfield 5, Zach Wilkinson 5, Callum Jackson 3, Liam Dunster 5, Greg Davis 2, Morgan McInnes 5, Adam Griffiths 5, Christian Phillips 5, Rob Wilson 4. Some really tight matches going on right now. The one we have on the main table right now is Eddie Roberts 2, Dan Davey 6. chance to get these. Just having a peek, guys, at some of the draws that are possible. They will be posted very, very soon. The last 16, because we do need all these matches to finish first. However, it's looking like the draw has already taken place, and we will start to see those names fall into the Cuesports spaces as they come through. But it is getting close in some of the matches. Zach Wilkinson, I have to say, having a great weekend. He's 6-3 in front of Callum Jackson, and Callum was the one that beat Liam Dunster last night and got some roar from the crowd that was in this building. As he was getting closer and closer to victory, more and more people get close to the tables. They were watching from afar and all around the venue, and the place erupted. It's one of the moments. He seemed to put everything into that one match, and then all of a sudden you've got the question marks over your head. Can you do it again? And right now for Callum, it's not looking good. 6-3 down, but it is a race to 8. See Zach sitting in his chair there. It's not easy for Eddie here to get to that, so he's looking at the plant, playing a kind of offset plant, cutting the... Oh, that's tough. That is really tough. Really, really tough. So thin. Having to cut the bottom one away. Yeah, this is the right idea, but such a tough angle. Looks to me like he's going to be kicking into the black here. It's tough to miss it. Loads of right hand side. Try and flick high, miss the black, go between the yellow and the reds, and maybe nudge one of the reds. Oh, that'll do. That will do, Eddie Roberts. Oh no, it won't. He's missed a red. Oh, Eddie boy. Concentrating so much on the kick. I had my hands in my head there. I'm watching the cue ball fly up and thinking he's absolutely nailed this to perfection. And then I have a second glance, the red's still over the pocket. We're all guilty of that at times, concentrating so much on getting the kick perfect, we forget to pot the object ball. Good effort. Just not good enough. Good afternoon to everyone tuning in. No matter where you are, the UK, Isle of Man. I know we've got people in Isle of Man watching. We've had people in South Africa last night. People from Canada and America, some expats and what have you. But we do have viewers from all over. So wherever you are, Australia, South Africa, the UK, anywhere at all in the world, thank you very much for tuning in to the IPA pool Welsh Grand Prix. We're in the Village Sports Bar. I have to say they have been wonderful hosts over the course of this weekend. I do not expect anything less. Good people. Makes life so much easier. If you're ever in this part of the country, you should definitely pop down. Not a million miles from Swansea, so you might even bump into Snoop Dogg if you're there. You can just head along for a game of pool in Bushy's place. Who knows, you might get a chance to play one of the top IPA professional pool players that hang around this venue. And do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Bushy doesn't end up with Snoop Dogg in this place at some point in time. I can just imagine it right now. Snoop, Marshy and Bushy at each side. Oh, that would be absolutely incredible. I've got a feeling it will happen. with Dan Davey looking at 7-2, and I think that's the magic number, especially when you've got that kind of gap. There's going to be 5 frames once again. But only this time, one of those 5 is a 7. That's a long way back now for Eddie. It always has been a tough ask. But trying to keep your opponent off that magic number. And Zach Wilkinson has put himself on the magic number. He's now 7-3 in front against Callum Jackson. They're the ledge. was on through there. Eddie's still in there fighting. Fair play. Sitting here with Mark Boyle, and we were kind of questioning what he was thinking there, and boom. There's now.
Yeah, it was a good shot with Eddie to get on the black. Looked like he had a wee bit too much angle to hold where the yellow was to leave the white there for the black into the bottom right. So it was a good shot to get on it. And now it's down to Dan. He's 7-3 up. His break. Chance to get into the last 16.
7-4 now.
Or 7-4, there you go.
I was wondering myself there. I seen it on the Q score in the background. It just hadn't updated on the TV yet.
And it's dry.
Yeah, some of the Welsh in the building there. Come on, Eddie boy.
Oh, we'll get that against Marsh in the next round, no doubt. It's not an easy layout, this one. If he goes yellows, it's just he's got a thin one into the middle.
It's no straightforward, Mark.
No. Do you think he'll just play a wee containing safety here?
Well, do you know, there was a frame maybe 2 or 3 frames ago, and it was a similar situation, and I says that maybe just put the cue ball in a safe position and then let Dan make the decision, and he did the same thing. He went for a pot, didn't get it, and then allowed Dan to kind of get control, and same idea there.
It's fine, he's played a good containing safety shot there by knocking the yellow safe. Dan was eyeing up the plant, the red onto the yellow down the rail. That would open up the yellows.
It would also open up the reds if he doesn't get the yellows.
Very true.
What would you do in this situation, Mark?
I would take the red into the middle and try and screw by that red that's in the middle of the table into the 2 over here. But I don't know if you can get low enough on the cue ball with that yellow sitting next to the white. If that's the case, you could even roll through it and take the one on the rail on the right hand side. I'd definitely be going reds here because there's 3 yellows tied up. So it's all down to getting in, and Dan's good at doubling, so if he takes that red away into the right middle, it kind of opens the bag up for the double.
Yeah, the reds actually aren't as bad as you would think. There's a chance here.
Yeah, you can get to the cue ball okay.
Slightly surprised at the way he played that.
Yeah, I thought they'd run that through the gap there.
I said the reds weren't that bad a moment ago. Well, that bad now.
I think he's got this one into the middle, into the bottom middle here. Screw it back and then leave an angle on the red on the other middle to nudge the black out. And then he's got a double over here to nudge that one out. So it's a bit of work, but it's not the hardest. Going to try and get into the black thing out. These are one of these that could easily pop out because you're bouncing the white. A big shot.
Yeah, must feel that the red to the opposite middle is maybe leaving him too thin.
He's going away from his work a wee bit, so that's why he's... digging a wee hole now, so his back's against the wall with this clearance, so he's got to take this into the left middle, stun down and leave an angle for the double. The red on the left hand cushion. Was he going to screw into the black one out? No, right, okay, so he's going to think he's came back down a wee bit too far, has he?
I think you might be right, especially because he's going to want to flick that red out at the same time.
Can he punch it into the cushion?
We flick a left hand side and just nudge it.
Yeah, I thought it was too low. Now he's opened the frame up a wee bit for Eddie. He's only got, I would say, one really bad yellow, and that's a yellow on the left hand cushion above the middle pocket. We can bring the black out here with this yellow. And it's just all about getting that left hand one off the cushion next to the middle bag. Oh, look at that. He's got that one out.
I like that. 2 balls out for the price of 1.
And now we can pot this one and leave a perfect angle to take the yellow to the left of this yellow he's going to take, and bring out his hard yellow on the left hand side. And it's a good chance of the clearance to go 7-5.
Massive turnaround from 7-2. And the thing is, he's had some good opportunities. This match probably got away from him a bit. Well, you never beat till you're beat.
Aye, Stevie, the hardest frame is always the last one.
Yeah, I seen that myself last night.
I think I said that a couple of times last night. The last frame's always the hardest. Unless you're 21-0 up.
No, I've seen it so many times, whether sitting here or in a club or playing, whether it's team pool or individual stuff, you can be miles in front and you only need that one frame, and all of a sudden things can start going a bit pear-shaped really quick, and you might get over the line eventually, but it never seems to be. It might happen every now and again, but it never seems to be that you just go and simple breaking dish, nice and easy. And I can't believe he's played that like that, because surely you're going to play top cushion and into it. Does he think it goes? Does it drop in?
No, I don't think that goes, Stevie, does it? This camera's deceiving, I know that, but the way he's playing, it looks like it does. No, he's going to screw the one down the rail. Screw the one in the top left and try and nudge it out. Crazy, because he's got to land on something after this. Must go. He's not playing the plant, surely.
This is,
must go, because he's putting his cue there, so he must pot this into the middle and come out a wee bit, so it must go. Must fly in. Even that angle doesn't help us.
I mean, looks like there's a millimetre between it. It must. I mean, he only needs to catch the lip and it'll fall in, but... I get a shot of Mark's glasses off him.
No, you don't. They're not working. These ones don't work. New ones are in the post. He's got a wee bit too much an angle here.
Yeah, he overcooked that.
He's played that well. So he's just got to screw over to the left hand cushion just below the middle, and then he'll have the black into the bottom right hand pocket. He just needs to watch he doesn't get into the black or go in off into the middle. Played it well.
Good shot. Good finish. Couple of big mistakes from Dan there, and you've mentioned it. Toughest frame to get over the line is the last one. A couple of strange shots. If Dan watches us back, he might question himself.
When you look at this match now, Stevie, is that 7-5?
Yep, from 7-2.
And Eddie has got 2 of the breaks, so Dan's only got 1 break left. So Dan might only have 1 shot.
That's incredible.
The way you think about it these days, you know, it's all about the break. Eddie could basically break and dish, reverse dish, break and dish and win, you know, and Dan's only had 1 shot from being 7-5 up.
I don't know if it's something that everybody thinks about. But when I'm 6-3 last night, I thought to myself, what if I don't get another shot and I break dry twice and I'm
that's just been negative.
Aye, no, because I feel so good, but I'm thinking to myself, previous things that have happened to me, and I'm going, watch this is a certainty here. But obviously it doesn't go that way, but what a break.
Look at the
Wow.
yellows. Look at the yellows. Telling you, Stevie, Dan might only have one break in this match.
He's going to have to make it count because the break, I think Eddie's finishing these.
Yeah. Just run through it. Yeah, the plan.
Is this the way you would have went, clear the top and then come down to the bottom? Or would you have maybe cleared the bottom and then...
I'd have cleared the bottom.
Aye.
I'd have run through it and played the one on the see the bottom three,
Yeah.
the one on the left, and came across.
Yep.
See, ooh, he snookered himself.
Yeah, that was my thinking as well. That's why I asked that question, because I'm thinking
Wow.
it's more awkward, these bottom three.
Wow.
I take that back. Eddie won't be finishing these. Needs a hit. A hit might be good enough. That is incredible.
And this is the way he's probably going to go out the tournament now, with a shot like that.
So easy to 2-1. And maybe surely he's not been naive enough to play that shot that way where...
White shouldn't be there,
No,
Stevie, though. It
no,
doesn't
true.
matter. If he... Oh! It was just... This game would fry your head,
Yeah.
didn't it?
He had a look there as if he was robbed, and I'm thinking, you've just messed it up, came off 2 cushions, potted, and I think you'd just be happy.
He was just teasing us, Stevie. Teasing. Right, so if he can see this one out the middle, out the free of him, no he can't. So still got a wee bit of work. Needs to catch this red quite thick. They hold the white, and he's played it well. And now he's just going to nudge into the wee gap there. Just nudge in and separate the black and the red, and then he's got a nice angle for the yellow, and then he'll get back onto the black. Doesn't want to just hit the black, he wants to hit both of them here. See, he's nudging the black safe.
Yep.
But he's okay. If you nudge both of them there.
Yeah, the black's going slightly to the left and out of danger. She said another couple of rolls and that black's in all kinds of trouble.
Breathe in. So what was a easy layout? There's a bit of work in the end there, Stevie.
Yeah, he's actually ended up pulling out a bit of a highlight reel moment.
Oh my God.
No, Eddie Roberts. Whoa. Oh my word.
Oh, what has he done?
He's going to make the highlight reel and the bloopers reel.
All in one frame.
Oh, Eddie. Whether you like it or not, that is inexcusable.
Oh, Eddie, let's see it. You've already done it once, let's see it again. Right, what are you calling here, Stevie? Off the 3 cushions. Black into the bottom right.
I don't know if he can get there.
Or you screwing it off the top cushion with a wee bit of left and just coming straight down the table.
Is he going to go?
Banana in it. Or can he come off one cushion? In between the 2 reds there, at the bottom. Next to the middle.
Ah,
Is that a gap?
through that gap, bottom cushion, side cushion, black in the middle.
Black in the middle. Oh, right, you're thinking, yep, okay. I was thinking of just below the middle.
Yep.
Top middle there.
I don't know if he can get the
I think
angle
he
he's
could
looking at here.
squint it.
Oh, needed a hit. I think this match might just be over now. Eddie will be absolutely furious. Put himself in trouble. Got himself out of trouble. That's a bad miss at any standard. Sore one. As he was out the tournament 7-2 down, he's given himself every chance in the world
to go
unfortunately.
7-6,
Yeah,
and then
incredible.
misses an easy black into the middle that he would pop with his eyes shut. He's obviously, I don't know if he's just took it for granted.
Yeah. Yeah, big moment. It's just a shame for Eddie. It's at such a stage where Dan only needs one frame. He is the defending champion. He's won many titles over the last couple of years, so Dan, can't see him making many mistakes here. Stranger things have happened. I didn't expect Eddie to miss that one either.
Taking the one into the right middle next for the one on the rail on the right hand side, and the red on the left middle, that'll be his last red.
Yeah, just a nice drop in. Nice and close. And just about the perfect angle to drop on the red to the top. And there's a big match scheduled for this table coming next. The man sitting next to me, Mark Boyle and Craig Marsh, are going to be gracing your screens right after this one. And it's going to be probably in the next 5 minutes, because this match is just about over. A bit more on that than he actually needed to, but he's not going to miss this. Dan Davey is through. Eddie Roberts had some moments of magic, but also some moments to forget. I'm pretty sure if he watches this back, he might watch it back, but unfortunately it hasn't gone his way. Dan Davey is in the next round.
I'll show you a few moments of tragic in a minute. Right, good.
Cheers, mate. Well, Mark Boyle will play Craig Marsh next on our main table. And Dan Davey puts himself in the next round after an 8-5 win against Eddie Roberts. Lightweight. Back again, guys. Mark Boyle, Craig Marsh. They were just having a little bit of practice there and a feel for the table. And that is now our main TV match. Should be a cracker. Oh, last 16 matches. Now on the go. Mark Boyle, Craig Marsh, Connor Tracy, 3-1 in front against Andrew Whitfield. Corey Rees plays Rob Wilson. Mark Farnsworth against Cian Monaghan. Gareth Hibbett against Morgan McInnes, Dave Adeno and Dan Davey. Luke Sanches, Liam Dunster and Curtis Lee against Zach Wilkinson, who's had a phenomenal weekend so far. I mentioned I seem to play better when I'm on the stream table. Maybe Zach Wilkinson's the same because he was on it for half the weekend. But all joking aside, what a weekend that he has had so far. He's found himself in the last 16 against fellow Welshman Curtis Lee, and he's 1-0 in front in that one. Some early frames on the board. Luke Sanches 0, Liam Dunster 1, Morgan McInnes has got 1 against Gareth Hibbett. So we'll keep you posted as they come in. Just the red on the side cushion. You might want to just play onto the black, bounce the black out the way here. And he's trying to spin off the black. I don't think that's a calamity. Looks to me like he's on the red at the bottom corner here. Can just maybe slide off the yellow. He'll then have the red to the right hand middle pocket. However, the angle will be everything. And it might end up some kind of attempt to get on the red to the top right corner as his last ball. That's a great shot. Did not look like the distance that he had there that he could pull away. Little explanation that how he can do that. If you look, most club players and most guys maybe watching that play at home, you're thinking over that distance to control the cue ball like that, you have to really put your arm through it, but it's not the case when the balls are really new. I mean, brand new right out the wrapper Friday morning. Brand new cloth. As I say, some of the tables from Thursday through Friday, just before we started at 4 PM, just finished off. So getting to play that shot with so much more control. You don't have to put a lot of pace in it. It's one of the reasons that I try and keep my own table in pristine condition. A little spray to keep that slide, that grip on the cue ball when you play it. And it obviously helps keeping the table really clean as well. It's a damp cloth running over it. You don't want to disrupt the fibres. He's got out, Mark, a wee bit further than he would have liked, but at the end of the day, his only concern was getting a shot on this red. First frame, big shot. That's not gonna fall. And it's so deep in the bag that the 2-1, not difficult. It's a simple drop. Marsh is really fortunate there. Now he catches that yellow wrong on the way down. He's done a double hit and then off. And the fact that the bottom yellow still goes, they could have landed so awkward. So the combination skill shot will be last. And the red's so deep in the pocket, he will not be missing that, that is for sure. See Mark Boyle at the top of the screen. Whipping off his watch, getting himself more comfortable for the long race ahead. Race to 10. Last 16 of the IPA Professional Pool Association. Oh, it wiped its feet. And it is the Welsh Grand Prix. And it's the Welshman, Craig Marsh, that goes into a 1-frame lead here. And that 2-1 tried its best to stay out. Not much happening in the scores front right now. Connor Tracy 4-1 in front of Andrew Whitfield. Still 1-0 to Morgan McInnes against Gareth Ibbott. And Luke Sanchez 1, Liam Dunster 1. Craig Marsh, as you know, 1 in front here. But as we speak, Gareth Ibbott pops one on. It's 1 each. Gareth Ibbott, Morgan McInnes. Mark Boyle, Morgan McInnes, and Liam Dunster flying the flag for Scotland. You've got Craig Marsh. Well, we'll go to the English boys. Connor Tracy, Mark Farnsworth, Gareth Ibbott, Rob Wilson, Cian Monaghan, Dan Davey, all flying the flag for the English. We've got the Soul, Isle of Man. The top guy from the Isle of Man, his name is Dave Adenau. And then we have the home boys, Craig Marsh, Andrew Whitfield, Corey Rees, Luke Sanchez, Curtis Lee and Zach Wilkinson flying the flag for the Welsh here. And Scotland, Wales, sorry, I'm trying to leave Wales to last here because it's their home nation. Scotland, England, Isle of Man, and obviously the contingent from Wales all battling it out. Dan Davey, defending champion, still in there. Who is going to win Welsh Grand Prix number 2? Oh, that's a stroke from Marshy there. Yeah, what a shot. Cues it so pure. Big double. Yeah, fair distance away that. Mark can obviously pop the red in the bottom. You can see the red at the top left goes. He just needs to get the right angle. And the one to the middle, he gets on that ball. And all of a sudden things can get a bit more easy. Cue ball's going to be travelling though, and that's the big worry here. You don't want to be playing this in bag weight over this distance. Now, can he just drop this in to the middle and leave the cue ball right on top of the yellow? Nice little angle to come out to the middle. I don't think he'll play this with too much pace. Yeah. The angle was obviously a lot wider because he's tried to slide off the yellow and just nudge the red down the cushion. If he could have just dropped on the yellow, I think he most certainly would have. All of a sudden, bit of trouble again for Mark Boyle. Craig Marsh, who stepped in and stole the first frame, will be hoping that he can do the same in frame number 2. Yeah, I'm not too sure. At the start of the frame, when Marsh did pop the yellow in, he obviously flicked the red in. And possibly in his own mind, he was thinking when he's went for the yellow that he was just on yellows. I don't think he's even given it a second thought, to be honest. My own personal opinion would have definitely been reds at that point, but he has made life difficult for himself here. However, he's not been plain sailing for Mr. Magic Mark Boyle either. Once again, slightly awkward. You might see Mark taking his medicine here, just dropping this in, just nudging the yellow to the left cushion, taking a cut on the black. He could try and screw off the yellow, bring the cue ball to the bottom side. Can he slide off it with a little trace aside? That's what he's played. He'll just slide off it, trace the right hand side, make sure he gets off the cushion. Not an easy black. And it's Mark Boyle we're talking about. And he makes even the most difficult shots look easy at times. I will be having a little chat with Craig Marsh at some point in time. And I'm going to ask him about that. Initial frame, he's popped the yellow in, flicked the red in, and he actually had me second guessing for a minute, thinking that he must have already been on yellows, but he had landed awkward from the break. And the more I think about it, I'm sure it was still an open table. It's none important now because it's gone. It's 1-all. The outer table's still relatively quiet. A couple of 1-eaches, 0-0. Corey Rees and Rob Wilson must be in a bit of a slugfest in their opening frame. And just the Mark Boyle hammer. The yellow at the bottom right is the only slightly awkward ball. He's got a few in the vicinity that he can use to try and just open things up a touch. And maybe the one just below the black spot might be the most obvious. If he can get on it early, maybe play, flick the yellow and red apart and still have one of the balls over the middle pocket. He's going to want to leave one of them that's closest to the middle. Yeah, so the highest one now, leave the angle to flick the yellow and red. And he'll hopefully be giving himself a choice of that one at the bottom right and the one close to the middle. So, big shot, needs to leave the right angle here. Corey Reese does get that frame against Rob Wilson, so it's 1-0 Corey Reese. Connor Tracy 5-2 in front of Andrew Whitfield, so Connor racing towards the magic number. Spoke to him last night. Feels he's not far away. He's had some big wins against some big names, and it's only been the very best that's played at their best. It's been cleaning him off the table, so he feels he's equipped and playing well enough. Well, who knows? He's in the last 16, heading towards the quarterfinals right now. Yeah, nicely controlled. But that there is why it was so important for Mark to leave at least one of the yellows over the right middle bag. Because when you play that kick, you want to play it controlled, and you want to make sure you've got another option on the off chance that ball doesn't come out the way you want it to. So should be able to go just below the middle bag here. Nice bottom cushion, side cushion up to the top. See a little chase of right hand side on it. That'll do, lovely. Slightly thin. Straightforward enough. There we go, there was work to do here. That top bag once again. Like I said, guys, when Marsh played the 2-1, it didn't want to go, but it managed to just find a little edge on the lip and fall in. And now that's 2 in a row into that same bag that Mark Boyle has missed. Absolutely sensational stuff. Mark Boyle 2-1 in front. Craig Marsh. To be fair, Mark Boyle probably a bit hard done by not to get the black. However, I expected Marshy to take them out. Doesn't manage it. It's 2-1 Boyle. But wow. Wow indeed. Double wow. Absolutely superb. Do you ever get that feeling that when something bad happens, something mad is about to happen, And I think Marshy has smashed those balls in anger, and I feel like he's going to break and dish. Just for good measure. That's even better. He's on the lowest yellow of the two, close to each other. He'll not be making another mistake here. There will be no treble wow. Slammed those, absolutely creamed the break. And it's going to be 2 frames all. He won't make that mistake again. Yeah, no messing about here. An absolute monster break. And it's 2 frames all. In quick fashion. If you remember yesterday, guys, had a little visit from one of the Welshmen. Welsh, I would say, he's a very much respected Welsh legend, Todd Davies. A little bit of information he was telling me yesterday about. He played for the first time for his country back in 1990. I was only 10 years old. Captained the Wales team in 92 to 94. I think he won the World Embassy Championships in 1998. I think he was on Sky Sports. Multiple winner at international level, and he was in yesterday helping out. He was wanting to get here today. Give me a little hand in here. Good guy, very knowledgeable, knows the game inside out. Unfortunately, got some family issues that meant he couldn't get here today. I wish you and the family well, Todd Davies, and thanks very much for the help yesterday. Back to the task in hand. Mark Boyle with a monster break in response to Craig Marsh creamer of a break in the last frame. I think he finished it in about 35 to 40 seconds. Mark Boyle with equally as impressive a break. Yeah, you see the Scottish players wearing gloves more and more. I don't think it's just the Scottish players that wear them. But I have to say, over the course of this weekend, the Village Sports Bar has been like playing on a beach in the Bahamas. Absolutely stifling hot. The weather has been good. Most parts of the UK over the last while. It has been really warm down here. So sticky and humid. And I have to say, wearing a glove does help. And if it's helping Mark Boyle, who are we to argue? So Cody Reese and Rob Wilson in the background. Still 1 frame to 0. Not really sure what's happening over there. If they've maybe got a problem with the table. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to level it. Maybe with a slight run. I'm actually surprised they've not come in and tried to drag me out. I usually see Bushy running about with a spirit level somehow. I don't think he's here right now. Oh, Mark Boyle at the table. Yellow balls. Look like his preferred option. 3-2 in front. Well controlled. I would have liked a slight angle to get on the one close to the left cushion. And then play the one to the right middle and work his way up. He might decide to go upstairs just now. Get rid of the work up there and then come back down for these yellows. The only reason I could see him doing that is because of that yellow close to the cushion down here. He's going to stay downstairs. Just a little drop through. Trying to try and just play between the yellow, the black and red. Easy to stop, that'll do nice. He's always wanted to cue. He's always looking to be queuing between the black and red. So he's got the angle to get himself upstairs. Again, he wouldn't mind being in that same window. He's underhit it and missed the yellow anyway. So un-Mark Boyle-like. Some of the big names are still in this tournament. Dan Davey, the defending champion. I think the favourite most of the time in these events is a Liam Dunster. But on the betting, Mark Farnsworth is the bookies' favourite. Dunster, Boyle, Gareth Hibbett all coming after him, but a long way to go. 16 top players looking to get their hands on the trophy. Dan Davey, the defending champion, still in there fighting right now. Landed a bit straight, so he might take the red to the middle. Although they're close, he should be able to just jack up, just get a little stab in. Yeah, that'll do it. It's a nice angle, drop the red in. Black to the left middle pocket. And this match will be all square once again. And both of these players chipping each other some chances. Rob Wilson has got one back. Just one each against Corey Reese. cracking view of what we see. Good image of the table. The players sitting. Doesn't get much better. The famous Mark Boyle break. Just absolutely incredible. That yellow's just came down and covered that red. Yeah, that is unbelievable. He could not make that up. But does the yellow go? He's having a peek at it. If it does, I think it must. Maybe not. I'm having a look at the overhead there. Looks like he's going to shave the red first. Oh, he's having a try. Yeah, he did hit the red first. That's why he cross doubled it all the way up the table. But all of a sudden, yellow to the bottom right, yellow on the cushion to the bottom left, top left. Let's bring the cue ball back an inch or two. And he's got a chance to get these done now. That is just about perfect. Just pop this in, centre cue ball, take it on the exact line towards the yellow, the top left. Just a straight run in. It's not too much work with the cue ball here. Bang on that line. Pull it back a couple of inches. He's got a decent sized window. It might look tight, but because he'll be playing it from the distance, he's got plenty of room. Anywhere in line with the centre of the table should be good. Absolutely spot on. He may just have the right angle to just bring the cue ball back to the red. I'll just power, stun off the side cushion. I absolutely love that because he's limiting the chance of not getting a shot on this black. Bringing the cue ball to the centre of the table. Fantastic stuff, Mark Boyle. Great break, landed awkward. But he got there in the end. It's Mark Boyle 4, Craig Marsh 3. Connor Tracy 5, Andrew Whitfield 4. Andrew Whitfield, I have to say, the Welsh international. See him at the international events over the years. Cracking player, good guy. And he's hanging in there against Connor Tracy. Corey Reese 1, Rob Wilson 1, Mark Farnsworth 3, Cian Monaghan 0, Gareth Ibbott 2, Morgan McInnes 3, Dave Adenau 0, Dan Davey 2, Luke Sanchez 2, Liam Dunster 3, and Curtis Lee 3, Zach Wilkinson 2. Yeah, Mark Boyle, 5 frames to 3 in front. Let's have the birthday boy pop in for a moment. A massive happy birthday to the Village Sports Bar's main man. Big bushy boy. It's good to see him here and not in Thailand. Happy birthday, Paul Bushnell. What a guy. What a guy. Yeah, we are double elimination on the Grand Prix and Masters events. But on the main tour, you have the professional event and the amateur event, and you also have the Pro-Am. So there is 2 events for each section. In the men's, 2 events in each section for the ladies as well. At the tour, that is slightly different, but on these, yeah, double elimination all the way to the last 16. And this is the last 16 right now, guys. Mark Boyle, 5-3 in front against Craig Marsh. A long way to go, race to 10. And the birthday boy is here again. Oh, is it no yours? Ah, it's the youngsters. Well, some misinformation. He's celebrating his brother's birthday for him. He's partying for the day. And young Johnny is sitting wondering why he's not the one celebrating. Ah, good on him. It's all good fun. It's one of the things everyone was speaking about last night, the social aspect of these type of events. Up and down the country, getting to know people that you would never in a million years ever meet in your life if it wasn't for the vast pool community. And that's something to look forward to. I will state that we do need these events to probably grow ever so slightly, so how we go about that, it's maybe something we need to figure out going forward. Just slightly shorten numbers. But what a tournament to be involved in, playing against the very best. Long races on fantastic tables, brand new balls. It just doesn't get any better, so long may it continue. He's landed really awkward here. He's got work to do here. Made it quite awkward for himself. Remember, guys, the IPA main tour. 5 tour events over the course of the year. You also have the World Championships, the UK Masters, and the Grand Prix events, which are all separate. The tour, you would enter the tour, and then the other ones are individual events. And the 5 tour events this year: Coventry, Newcastle, Glasgow, and then Coventry again before heading to the Tour Championship at the Festival of Pool in Isle of Man. And then we'll have the UK Masters in December. There's a busy calendar on the IPA, but if you want to play the very best and improve your game, also mix with some of the best people in the world of pool. All good guys, all good ladies. There's worse places to be, that's for sure. As he landed slightly straight, I think he can just about create an angle to stun high. Yeah, just enough. And it is another one on the board for Mark Boyle. Tough opener, but he's got it. Would have liked to be a touch closer to that red at the top. I wonder if he can just about drift down, trace the left hand side, get towards that yellow and red at the bottom left. He might not feel he has to do it right now. The cue ball is going to come springing off. I think it's what he was trying. Yeah, I know. Paul came in and said, I was told that it was his birthday. I wished him happy birthday, and he looked at me and said, I've been getting messages all day. It's not my birthday, it's Johnny's. Yeah, big happy birthday to Jonathan Bushnell, who was playing well this weekend as well. Seen him doing some good stuff on the table. Cracking lad. Spent a lot of time in Turkey last year. Yeah, good guy. Many happy returns, Jonathan Bushnell. this frame slightly tightening up. And as it does, Connor Tracy 6, Andrew Whitfield 5. Andrew Whitfield not going anywhere. I have to give a massive shout out to him. He's been fantastic this weekend. Corey Reese 2-1 in front against Rob Wilson. Mark Farnsworth now 4-0 ahead of Cian Monaghan. Gareth Hibbett 3, Morgan McInnes 4. Dave Adenall 1, Dan Davey 3. Luke Sanchez 2, Liam Dunster 3. And Curtis Lee 5 against another player who's been phenomenal this weekend, Zach Wilkinson. Zach and Andrew flying the flag for the Welsh, but they're also flying that amateur flag as well. Not bad. Not bad at all. The black ball. One of the big issues. Marshy will want to keep it as tied up as possible. And the red at the top, as well as the red on the right hand side, both covering some yellows. At the top of the screen, as you can see it. And Mark Boyle is in a good position here. He's got control of the frame. And possibly not ready to go for a finish. Or is he? You might just see this as the chance to have a go. So it looks like he's going to have a pop here. He's going to have to play this plant, leave the red, so that he's got an angle to flick the one just below the yellow. Oh, I like this. I like this. He's tried to stick it inside. He's tried to get the yellow to go knuckle, the red to go knuckle and just move away with the cue ball just sliding inside. It's landed. It's not landed terrible. Okay, Marsh would have been in all kinds of trouble. Instead, is it a clear sign? Oh, he's just sliding the yellow up, trying to create a bit of traffic in the area. Same shot from Mark here. A touch too hard. But not a bad second prize. That will do nicely. And Mr. Magic Mark Boyle turning the screw here. Yes, 6-3 in front. Marshy will not want to let him get much further away. That was a fantastic snooker, that was. What is Mark's thinking? Slide off the yellow, nudging the red down, bring the black into play. Drop the black onto the yellow and leave it over the pocket. Run the white through and leave an angle to then flick the red out, popping one into the bottom corner bag. He's got some options. And still, a bit of work to be done here. Not easy, that's why he's taking his time. I don't mind dropping the black onto the yellow and then just using the red at the bottom left there, you see, just to flick the other one out. But I also like sliding off the yellow, just going over and nudging the black. What is Mark thinking? Yeah, so he's played that shot. What I mentioned, just dropping the black onto the yellow. I had to make sure he was leaving an angle on. You're going to have to take the lowest one of the two. You could end up with the red stuck to the left hand cushion this way. Morgan McInnes has gone 6-3 in front of Gareth Hibbett. Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble now, Mark. Mark Farnsworth 5-1 in front of Cian Monaghan. Some daylight opening up in some of these matches. So that red at the top right, Mark Boyle's saviour right now. Mark asking the referee to check to see if it's a total snooker. From this angle it doesn't look like it, but it might be so close to the yellow. We'll find out in a moment the type of shot Mark plays. In goes the cue ball. Slightly unfortunate. But also Mark would probably be the first to tell you. He just didn't get it right. And that shot he's played to slide the red in, and go towards the yellow and red together. He's trying to just catch it half ball. Leave himself on the red to the bottom. He's just gone in, flicked off it and left him snookered. And all of a sudden the match turns on its head. Big moment this. Craig Marsh definitely doesn't want to give Mark Boyle a big lead. 7-3 would have been exactly that. So right now, this to get within two. rather than the 4-frame gap that would have been coming. Might decide to go off the top cushion. Yeah, but running side seat on this, the way he's queuing up. Absolutely sublime, Craig Marsh. Such a wonderful cue action. 6 frames to 4. Oh, the IPA partners on your screen. 8-ball direct, Aramith, Supreme Pool, who do give us fantastic winner tables. The Aramith Pro Cup balls. Simon Ice, striking 8-6-1. Really is the cloth of champions. And when that is new and at its best, there really isn't anything on the market that comes close. And we at the IPA delighted to have all these partners. We do have the smart rack in play from 8-ball direct. The Aramith Pro Cups as you see them. And that 8-6-1 Simon Ice cloth on your screen. The Supreme winner table. Everything there in full view. This looks dry. Marshy already off his feet. Not the easiest table. The reds stand out to me, is even though the two reds, well, it's really just one red, the one that's close to the yellows on the right hand side. Oh, it's not got many bags. It does go in a few. That's okay. You see there the red passes to the opposite middle. Oh, that is falling in. It's absolutely mad that so many times over the course of this weekend the opposite top bag, as the balls kind of stick and not fall, but that is going nowhere but in the pocket. Overrun it slightly, might opt to take the red in the top. It looks like it might just drop in the middle. As tight as it may look, I feel maybe taking it in the top might be the better option. Oh, he's going to play it in the middle. He's canning that. It's always a problem when you run into balls. You end up landing slightly awkward. Should still be okay here, but the problem is getting from red to red to red now. He's running away from the angle that he needs. He's going towards the yellow. So he's going to make that red, unless he can drop it bag weight in such a way. Yeah, I don't blame him for taking this one, because he was losing the cue ball. And the thing is, he's lost it anyway. He's fouled. Mark Boyle back at the table, probably thinking that it was going to be 6-5. This is a few times now. Both these players have handed each other opportunities at times when you just don't expect it. The crazy game of pool, when you think your opponent is going to go down and just roll something in, and next thing you know, you've been beaten. Been there many times myself, many times. When you're on a finish and all of a sudden you've either snookered yourself, landed awkward, and you end up giving your opponent a very straightforward chance and just handing over the frames. Slightly awkward again here. Mark's left himself in a bit of trouble. Marsh just chilling to the max there, loving life. A better guy you could not wish to meet. Known him a long time from the international scene, but he's just one of the top guys in the world of pool and in life in general. Mark would have loved a slight angle at the opposite side just to flick the black out, because the yellows from that angle would have been pretty straightforward. However, I think your worst case scenario is dropping the yellow in and just playing the black into the top pocket, or dropping on a double. It's not where I would like to be. Not much of a double up. Has he come far enough? I'm not sure he has. He could maybe drop it in. Yeah, this tells us he's not come far enough. He has this time. So he's not fully concerned about bouncing the black out. More up the way than out. Wants it closer to the top pocket. And obviously if it does come out, that would be absolutely great. Well. So maybe he didn't fancy that last because he was going to be so close. But he did look once or twice at running into it, and again maybe just a touch too straight there. So fair enough. This is what the best players do. If they're on the cushion, they just pop them in. But he did look once or twice at running into it. And the one over the middle always seemed like the best ball. If you were going to drop on the black, you would have been a lot closer. Oh, this is a massive shot into the tightest bag in the whole pool hall. But this time, it sucks it in. Good finish, Mark Boyle. 7 frames to 4. Connor Tracy 7, Andrew Whitfield 6. Andrew not going away. Corey Reese 5-1 in front against Rob Wilson. He's sitting in his seat right now. Mark Farnsworth 7. Cian Monaghan 1. Gareth Hibbett 3. Morgan McInnes 7. Dave Adenall 3. Dan Davey 5. That match still with a long way to go. Luke Sanchez 3. Liam Dunster 4. Long way in that one as well. And it's all square with Curtis Lee and Zach Wilkinson 5 frames all. These weekends are a major test of endurance. I have to say, anyone that comes through and wins this will be a deserved winner. Mark Boyle looking to be at the tail end. Craig Marsh will still have high hopes. He might be 7-4 down, but there's a long way to go. And just as that, another frame on the board for Morgan McInnes. He's now 8-3 in front of the Godfather, Gareth Hibbert. So, can young McInnes get over the line and book his place in the quarterfinals? Remember, he lost in the final in the pro event in Glasgow against fellow Dunfermline area player Liam Dunster. So Morgan's starting to show the kind of promise that he has. He's 8-3 in front against Gareth Hibbert right now. Gareth mountain to climb stuff, just as Craig Marsh has his own to climb here. Wonder if he's just gonna pop it in the middle, and he does it so effortless. Such fantastic cueing. Would have liked a slight better angle. He should be able to get the cue ball on and off just enough. Yeah, he's tried to power that in. I'm thinking maybe 1 or 2 inches just to give himself enough of the cue into the cue ball. He's trying to pump it in, trying to get too close. And the thing is, he was always going to have that distance. So a couple of inches, how much difference would it have made? One thing might have happened, he might have potted the ball rather and give Mark a half chance here that he shouldn't have had. Can see just left of the middle because of the red in the top pocket. You can obviously maybe drop on it and play a double. Still the one at the opposite end of the middle. He's left an angle to try and go and dislodge that yellow. The only issue is when he does go to try and dislodge it, try and get it off the cushion, even down towards the middle bag. His issue is Ball's on the cushion everywhere. I think you pop the one in the top left and try and come over. Flick the yellow on the right hand cushion off. And then he's got the one to the right cushion, one to the bottom cushion that you've just seen pointed out on your screen. Not easy, has to just miss the yellow. Yeah. I like the way he's played that. He's played that deliberate. If he doesn't catch the yellow, he can get down for one of the other bad ones, or slightly awkward, should I say. Yeah, he's trying to come opposite side there. Just looking at what angle he's going to believe in Craig. So he's deliberately left the cue ball close to the cushion so that Marsh can't get a whole lot of side spin on the cue ball. Well, he's only found the gap. Little trace of right hand side, just enough from jacking up. And he's popped it in. And is he on the black? A little wink. And all of a sudden, you're not going to want to blink. Jacking up, has to dig in. Well, obviously wasn't on the black, so it was just a case of hit it as hard as you can. And it wasn't a million miles away. So left, middle, right, middle, top right, top left. And the black ball. So 8-4 coming up. The red missed the top right from Marsh, allowing Bole to get back in. Plays a good snooker after trying to get yellows into play. Craig Marsh getting out the snooker, knocking it in the top right corner. I couldn't see the black fully. Bit of a hit and hope, but all of a sudden, 8 frames to 4. bumped into Mark Boyle on the comfort break there. And he says to me, I can't see anything, Stevie, I'm just winging it out there. And to me, I said, you're doing not too bad for someone that's winging it. However, he's saying the ball's just not reacting the way he would like, just sliding slightly. Basically just thrown off when he's playing the shots off the cushion, the one he snookered himself, and the other one a moment ago when he went inside the black and landed behind the yellow. I asked him about those shots and he says, no, he said, I was trying to clip the outside of the red, he says, and then in that one there he tried to go between the two yellows and instead came behind it and had to play the snooker. So he has just having some problems here and there, just controlling the cue ball when it's sliding off the cushions, but that's what it does when the cloth is brand new. He has been having some struggles with his glasses over the last while. I know he's waiting on some new ones coming for playing pool and stuff like that, so hopefully he gets that sorted soon. But he's 8-5 in front against Craig Marsh here. It's just good to get that little bit of insight, and I caught up with him for a few moments there. Big chance for Craig Marsh to get back within two. It did look for a moment that this match was going to get away from him. A good finish. Well controlled, Craig Marsh. 8 frames to 6 in this epic battle. And I will get some information out. Guys, we do have a bonus ball going here at the IPA. A chance to win a stunning Prestige Q Scotland Q. One of our fantastic sponsors. And I have to say, guys, they are second to none. Some of the most fantastic work that you will see by any cue maker. You might have seen Walker the Talker play last night on the TV, and if you did, he had one of those cues in his hand. Prestige Q Scotland. The Q specs, 57.5 inches long, 18 ounce weight, 9mm tip, crafted from Bole with rich orange tints and dark tones, featuring a Thaya splice over thick yellow veneer. Guys, £25 per number. Please go on to the Q, the IPA pool page, and a chance to win this Q. You will not be disappointed, trust me. These Qs are absolutely stunning, and if you get in now and maybe win this Q, I can tell you guys 100% you will be adding some value to your collection, because I give it maybe 6 months to a year and the value of these Qs will be way up. They're already heading in that direction. I remember when Grant started making the Qs to where they are now. So go on to the IPA pool page, please have a go, and hopefully one of you guys will take home one of the most beautiful Qs you will ever see. Great craftsmanship, Prestige Q Scotland, one of our IPA sponsors. Great to have Grant and his Q making skills on board with us, as the IPA team looks to gain some traction going forward, and guys like Grant definitely make that far easier for all of us. And I think as things have just tightened up slightly here, I can throw some scores on the doors. Connor Tracy 8, Andrew Whitfield 8. I am absolutely buzzing for Andrew. He's been impeccable all weekend and he's still in there batting away. He's got a best of 3 now. A chance for a place in the last 8. Corey Reese 7, Rob Wilson 1. Seems to be plain sailing so far for Rob. Mark Farnsworth 9, Cian Monaghan 3, Gareth Hibbett 6, Morgan McInnes 9, Dave Adino 4, Dan Davey 5. That one really tight, still in the early stages, long way to go. Luke Sanchez 5, Liam Dunster 5, same idea. Still best of 9 left in that one. And Curtis Lee 7, Zach Wilkinson 6. Another player who I've mentioned numerous times, doing great things this weekend. That is all go. Here in the Village Sports Bar, it is the IPA, Professional Pool Association's Welsh Grand Prix. We do have the Scottish Grand Prix coming next month, and we will be in the Players' Lounge in Falkirk. Looking forward to that one. I like all these events. New cloth, new balls, fantastic playing conditions. Looking forward to locking horns with some of the guys again. So that yellow at the top end is the problem. Can I get near it now? Has he got a slice? Has Mark Boyle just got a slice there? If he is on that yellow to the bottom left corner, that is one touch of fortune that could go a long way to deciding who wins this match. I think you can see quite clearly he is on that yellow. Yeah, he's still got a shot to play to make sure he's on the one to the bottom left. That is a stroke of fortune. He has tried to go up into them. I don't think he would be I don't think he would deny what has ended up coming out. It's definitely not what he envisaged. Now this shot here, the key. Maybe has to just try and bring the white up the cushion slightly. You won't be able to be too greedy with the cue ball here. This is a massive, massive shot. Controlled brilliantly, but you only have to look at that view. He's not got a whole lot he can do with the cue ball here. It's going to be a tough black into the toughest bag on the table so far this weekend. Arguably the toughest bag in the entire tournament. I couldn't do much but drop it in. Mark Boyle with a huge opportunity, but a monstrous black this will be. Just off the cushion. Makes it a touch easier if there's such a thing over this distance. That is going to drop, but no, it's not. Oh, wow, I thought that was away. These yellows. Sorry, those yellows were not easy. He's managed to work his way around them, but it was always going to be a tough black. And instead, he almost fluked it. I mean, you only have to look. It is only millimetres away from dropping in that middle. But Craig Marsh will make light work of these reds. And it will be 8-7. Wow, unbelievable stuff. What a match. Nice little flick, just making life a touch easier. So 8-7 here. And Cian Monaghan got another frame on the board there. Matt Farnsworth 9-5 now. But Cian not going away. Oh, it's a tough ask. Connor Tracy on the hill. 9-8 ahead of Andrew Whitfield. Corey Rees 8-1 against Rob Wilson. Only 2 away. Gareth Hibbett still in there fighting. And it's Morgan McInnes 9-7 in front. And Liam Dunster has just levelled up against Luke Sanchez. That one's 6-all. Keep you posted, guys, as the scores come in. So is this the chance for Mark Boyle to get to 9? He had one a moment ago. Dry break from Craig Marsh. This is a decent chance. It really is an argument for both sets of balls. Tough decision really, because there is one awkward ball in both sets and then the red and yellow close to each other towards the left middle kind of block each other off. Maybe an argument that the yellows are slightly better. It looks like the yellow would pass to the bottom left. It looks like you can just sneak the yellow inside towards the left middle as well. Well, there is an argument that yellows are just slightly better, but I don't think either set her a lot easier than the other. And Mark deciding reds are the balls. And you might see Mark just pop that red in the top left corner from one of these two reds at the bottom left. I'd like it to slow down. So that's ran maybe 2 or 3 inches more than Mark would have liked. Still be okay. And it just changes the angle of how he'll play this shot. A little stun through the gap between the red and yellow. It just depends on how he sees it and how straight he is. Or can he take the red in off the yellow into the middle? Is that what he's looking at? Well, if he can. Yeah, he was looking, but I don't think he's going to play that. He's back round to it now. That's unfortunate. Tough red to leave to last. Massive shot, Mark Boyle. If anyone can make it look easy, he's the man. I have to reiterate, it is never easy. And just before Mark plays this, Gareth Hibbett 7, Morgan McInnes 10. Morgan McInnes is your first quarter finalist. Gareth Hibbett had 4 runouts in that match, Morgan McInnes 5. So 9 runouts out of their 17 frames. Some standard that. Well done, Morgan. He is our first quarter finalist. And Mark Boyle is going to be 1 away from joining him. Connor Tracy 9, Andrew Whitfield 9. That one going all the way as well. So Mark now on the hill. Corey Reese on the hill. Mark Farnsworth on the hill. And both Connor Tracy and Andrew Whitfield side by side trying to get to the top. Mark Boyle break. Oh, cue ball, top right corner. Marshy will have a chance here with the one free shot, one visit, and he'll break next. Boyle will have one more chance. Two matches just finished in quick succession. Mark Farnsworth is in the quarters, Corey Reese is in the quarters, and guess what, guys? Those two will play each other next. Looking ever more likely. And it's going to be 9-8. Craig Marsh to break next. And Mark Boyle will break in the decider if it does get there. After just going in off, you're going to have to get something better. Connor Tracy, Andrew Whitfield. Still going on just now. 9 frames apiece. So close in all the other matches. Dave Adenall 5. The man from Isle of Man against Dan Davey, the current defending champion. It's 6-5 to Dan in that one. Luke Sanchez 7-6 in front of the IPA's top man right now, Liam Dunster. Curtis Lee 7-6 in front against Zach Wilkinson. It really is super tight in all these matches. Nothing but a frame separates most. All square, Connor Tracy, Andrew Whitfield. And this one here about to become a one frame gap as well. So it is ultra competitive out there. Nine frames to 8. Craig Marsh to break. If he does something magical, it will be Boyle, the man known as Mr. Magic, to break in the decider. Will we get to the decider? We shall see. So, opportunity knocks. Can he get the black into play on the opening shot? All the reds are there from here. Black out. Doesn't want to be stuck. And I don't think there's a single pot on. And I'm not 100% sure Well, there's a good snooker to be played either. There's definitely a snooker there. Needs to slide off the red and just come inside. But it ain't easy. Yeah, he's left the one. Obviously, we have a yellow in that vicinity, so he's done the best he could and cover the pocket. There was not much more that Marsh could do there. So making sure he had the worst case scenario. Big news for the Welsh amateur. Andrew Whitfield is in the quarterfinals. Andy boy, been a Welsh international in the B section for so many years. Very, very handy player. And boy, has he showed it this weekend. He's in the quarterfinals, where he will play the winner of this match right here. Curtis Lee with a bit of daylight. It's 8 frames to 6 now against Zach Wilkinson. So Curtis starting to kick on. Dan Davey 2 frames in front now against Dave Adenauer as well. 7 frames to 5. And the winner of that one will play Morgan McInnes. Liam Dunster and Luke Sanchez, 7-6 Luke. And again, the winner of that match will play the winner of Curtis Lee and Zach Wilkinson. We're at the business end, guys. Quarter-final time. Almost upon us. Not easy here. I'd like to touch more angle. No, I wasn't sure if Mark could have played the one below the black and then went 2 cushions to the top right corner and played on that bad yellow and then worked his way back down. But obviously if you land short on it, you run into the red and then your next shot, very difficult. So even if he pops this yellow into the right middle here, he's going to be heading towards the yellow at the left hand side. He's missed it. Again, although it wasn't easy what he was trying to do, the options slightly limited. Well, Mark Boyle will break in the decider here. Oh, that's poor. That is very, very poor from Craig Marsh. He's got the rest out. You can see it still cuts. The cue ball will be travelling, but it should have been better. Yeah, cracking shot, well controlled. Although it was really thin. Just using the pace and the balls in the cloth. The swing through the angles. And it's now time for that Mark Boyle break. 9 frames all. Sanchez 7, Liam Dunster 7, Curtis Lee now on the hill, 9 frames to 6 in front against Zach Wilkinson. Zach trying to emulate Andrew Whitfield, who is the sole amateur in the quarterfinals right now. So what a moment this is. Can Mark become the second Scot in the quarterfinals? Or will Craig Marsh become the third Welshman to get himself in the last 8? I think he would love a red here. If he's on that red to the middle, if he's on that red, guys, to the middle bag, if he can drop it and stop on the yellow, even if he can drift through the gap between the two yellows, he's going to have the red to the left middle. I think these are on. Tough opener. I think these are on. Yeah, through the gap. Still needs to mind his work a bit. The key shot is 100% the one at the bottom right. Just due to its proximity to the yellow, he's going to want to make sure he can get out. I think most likely, even if he's just off straight, he can screw off the yellow. He won't want to be playing straight into the yellow. And in an ideal world, he can just screw straight out. And that's the key shot. Well, they're all there for someone of Mark's ability. They are all there. don't think Mark will want to have. Yeah, I don't like playing it anywhere near last. Oh, Mark, what have you done? I think that's 2 shots in a row that he has absolutely overplayed. He didn't have to be that close. Yeah, there he's showing you where he was trying to play. He's just got right into it. He did mention to me earlier he's not comfortable with his tip. Don't know if it's a new tip he's put on it and it's just not seeming to be as comfortable as he would like. So he's now going to have to bridge and play the red into the left middle really thin. Is he in off? Is he running towards the yellow? Yeah, tough. He's had his chances though, Marky boy. Unfortunately, he's in a bit of trouble now. Just tried to make it awkward for Craig Marsh. I don't know if he succeeded in doing so. And Marsh, you might decide to just slide off. And I will say, conditions have been fantastic all weekend. I've mentioned that a million times. Brand new cloth, balls, everything. It's absolutely superb. Super reactive. Does get away for you at times. A little half a roll here and there. And 2 shots in a row there. Mark really did get into them. Overplayed them by a long way. He actually showed, put his chalk on the cloth where he was planning and landing. He was about 10 inches at least. Maybe even further away from where he was trying to play. Not the main man. He has been arguably the world's best for numerous years. He's in a bit of bother now. Craig Marsh, the local favourite. One of the most popular guys in the world of pool and one of the best players in the game. He's got a chance, but it's not easy. Mark trying to make it difficult for him. Probably slightly fortunate because I don't think he's played a great shot. But the fact it came and landed so close to the yellow. Has he got it? Yeah, he has. Fantastic shot, Marshy. Huge opportunity. One that I don't believe he thought he was going to get. But he's got it, and what a chance. He was 9-7 down, and he's always kind of been chasing in this match. A chance to book his place in the quarterfinal, the local favourite. He's tried to move that. I don't think he had to. I think that's the thing that benefits me. The fact that I've played on these tables this weekend and played in this tournament. And getting a feel for the table and kind of giving a bit of an insight to the reason why some shots go the way they do. Far tougher sitting at home with no clue how the tables play. But it's good to give that insight to the people watching. Oh, Marshy, what a shot. He tried to kick it out, tapping the leg from Boyle, he's landed on it to kick out, and I get why he did. But nearly put him in a bit of bother, but what a double. And what a chance. This is not easy. He's going to drag this in. Slide back and forth. Yeah, superb. Tapping the leg from Mark Boyle. And a lot of claps I can hear inside the venue. Craig Marsh is in the quarters. Very well done. Very well done. Mark Boyle crashes out at the last 16 stage. Not at the races. A few mistakes here and there. But he's not the type of guy that will make any excuses. As I say, I spoke to him when he was well in front. And he mentioned he was struggling with his tip. Just one of the things. That's the way it goes. He's not got new glasses. He needs new glasses. I think someone mentioned something about new glasses. No, he does need them, but he does not make excuses, and nobody's going to make excuses for him. He is and has been the best player in the world for so many years, and always gracious in defeat. Craig Marsh into the quarterfinals, and he's going to play the amateur guy who got through, Andrew Whitfield, an all Welsh tie. He's a third Welshman into the quarters. Mark Farnsworth, Morgan McInnes, and Dan Davey looking very, very close. Luke Sanchez, Curtis Lee heading away in their matches as well. Unbelievable. And it is all to play for. Who is going to come through and win this? But there's many, many Welsh players still flying the flag. Could it be one of the homeboys or Dan Davey? Could he repeat his antics from last year and hold on to the title? There's Dave Adenau on the screen right now against Dan Davey, and Dave's got a mountain to climb in that one. Curtis Lee 9-7 in front in his match as well. Luke Sanchez doing everything he can to try and put Liam Dunster to the sword. Next match on the main table coming up very, very soon. Probably the next 5 minutes, guys. Corey Reese and Mark Farnsworth. While we wait on that, you will get to keep your eyes on table 7 just now. And I'll be back, guys, in a few minutes. We're back, guys. We are back. Just ran round the building about 4 times there. Getting my steps in. We're back to watch Corey Rees, Mark Farnsworth. We've got another quarter-final getting ready to start. Morgan McInnes, Dan Davey. Curtis Lee. He is waiting for the winner of Luke Sanchez and Liam Dunster. That match still pretty tight. 8-7 Luke. Liam not going away. Remember, Callum Jackson put him out the winner's side earlier in the tournament. Liam fought his way back through to this last 16. What is this where the Scotsman drops out? Arguably the most on-form IPA player. Luke Sanchez has been pretty consistent this year himself. Getting deep in the World Championship final of the opening event, losing to Rob Wilson. Always seems to be thereabouts. And Mark Farnsworth, he played a match here on Thursday night and was likened to Liam Dunster. Apparently he was playing quite slow. I keep hearing these rumours. Doesn't sound like Mark Farnsworth that I know. If he's playing slow, we'll see what we can do about that for you guys. I think Corey likes to take his time as well, so buckle up, guys. This could be a long one. And if it is, you might just switch it off. Two absolute class acts. Corey, I feel like Corey's been about since he's about 4 years old. I think he was maybe a young teenager. I might be slightly wrong, but I think he was only in his early teenage years, and he was in the Welsh men's B team. It was one of my early times down in Bridlington with the Scotland team, and he was just a kid, and he was in that team all those years ago. And I think probably before he was even 20 years old, he was in the men's A team, and then always around that kind of level ever since. Been a professional for a long time. Top talent. He's playing against one of the best that the game's ever seen. Mark Farnsworth came down for preparation on Thursday. Long race. Got himself many frames on the board. And he has. Giving himself a chance. Plenty of preparation. Preparation is the key. And you can't say he's not had enough for this weekend. He's had more frames than anyone else. He's made life difficult for himself here. He's looking at trying. Maybe put the cue ball up towards the top left corner. However, he's going to try and cut it in now. Deciding to play the aggressive shot. That'll do nicely. Yeah, tapping the table from Mark Farnsworth. I don't think he would have got any joy trying to put the cue ball up there and cover the black if he doesn't get it, leaving a big chance. Mark looking at the cross double in the bottom. Not much else. Cocked that, take it behind the red. I think it goes too wide, so yeah, not much on. That's straightforward anyway. Luke Sanchez, Liam Dunster, 8 frames all. That one down to a best of 3. And Craig Marsh, 3-1 in front already against Andrew Whitfield. He's been free rolling for a bit. Not expected to get as far as he has. Big congratulations to him. Quarterfinal. You'll have no complaints. A great weekend of pool. As I say, men's Wales B International. Well, he is the furthest amateur this weekend. And he's still in there. Race to 10 against Craig Marsh. He's 3-1 behind though. Mark Farnsworth not even close there. Corey having another look. Maybe an argument for just popping the red in. And if he's not got the angle to kick, can maybe just bounce the red out and weld the cue ball. And I think that's the plan. As he came too far, I think he can just play it nice and soft. Yeah, that'll do it. Morgan McInnes 1-0 in front against Dan Davey. Another good weekend for Morgan. Remember, got to the final of the pro event in Glasgow. Can he go one better here? Andrew Whitfield back within a frame. 3-2 Craig Marsh now. Not a bad effort. And not an easy shot. Slide the cushions. It's not a bad hit. This is not easy. Corey Rees. He's got a wee bit of work. I have to fancy him if he pops the red in. I fancy that he'll take them all away. It's definitely a tester to start off. He's looking at taking the cue ball to the left hand side. If it goes towards the bulk line, I'll allow him to take the top red first. He'll have options. Yeah, fantastic pot, and he does go to the high side of the bulk line. So he can go top red, then the one to the right middle of the black. And a 2-frame lead. And Liam Dunster, for the first time in a long time, is in front against Luke Sanches. 9-8 Liam Dunster. He's on the hill. Two now Corey Rees. And again, all the IPA partners on your screen. 8 Ball Direct. And they give us a smart rack, which is a fantastic bit of kit, and numerous other things. All the new lights that you see on the tour. Supreme Pool, the winners table that we play on. Armagh Pro Cup balls. And the Simon Eyes Strachan 861 cloth. Phenomenal stuff. That allows the players to show their stuff. None more so than the two we're watching right now. I think Mark's going to play a shot. Some of the pros I've heard talking would probably outlaw if they could, and it's the plant off the break. Yellow onto red, but he's not managed to pot from it. And Corey is going to have the exact same shot here. So he'll play the yellow onto red and then go reds here. Now, I've heard many of the pros say that they would take that shot out of the game to try and make it a bit more difficult. Maybe let's make things a bit more interesting. So he did just drop the yellow onto the red. Should be able to just drop this in. See the angle he's looking at. In an ideal world, yeah, good position, landing just before the yellow, get his full cue onto it. And just the yellow below the black, making life slightly awkward. Could run up towards it right now. Might be a touch risky. But he's going to have to get on it. No time like the present. Is he looking at stunning off? Yeah, I don't mind that. If he plays this into the left middle, plays the one to the top right, And then on to the top left, and he's maybe get the option of the red to the bottom right corner. Just needs to mind his angle a touch here. Probably came a touch further than he would have liked. Should still be able to hold this. A little bit of drag. I'll touch a right hand side on the cue ball. He's taking the sting out of it. Only issue he's giving himself now is he's going to be playing quite close to the cushion. This is a massive shot. He's got just a nice angle. Just a nice little jab in. Get himself to the right cushion. Oh, superb shot. Corey Reese, fantastic cueing. Got a tough black though. That makes it look easy. It's 3 frames to 0. Farnsworth fighting his hand to get back in this one. Luke Sanches 9, Liam Dunster 9. That one has gone all the way. Who will be playing Curtis Lee in the quarterfinals? Morgan McInnes 2-0 in front of Dan Davey. Craig Marsh 4-2 in front of Andrew Whitfield. And as you know, Corey Reese is 3-0 in front here against Mark Farnsworth. Frame number 4. Corey Reese right down the side of his face. First I've noticed that. Cueing down his right eye. Look at the yellow balls. And again, it's that shot. Plays the red onto the yellow to start it off. All of a sudden, he's got a bit of a dot to dot here. Simple stuff. I don't know how much more difficult the finish would have been if he couldn't play that shot, but it would have been a bit more interesting. A massive chance to go 4-0 in front here. think it's just about stopped. Yeah, he's okay. Drop the yellow to the left middle. And everything kind of works itself out. He's taking them well. It's going to be 4-0 here, Corey Rees. And if Mark Farnsworth's going to turn it round, he's going to have to start pretty soon before this one gets away from him. Yeah, more or less exactly where Corey was lining up the previous shot. Taking the cushion out of the equation. Great shot, Corey. And if the reports are true from our investigative reporters in the venue, Liam Dunster has got over the line and taken out Luke Sanchez. And he will play Curtis Lee in the quarterfinals. Corey Rees 4, Mark Farnsworth 0. And it's now the 4 Welshmen, the 2 Englishmen and the 2 Scotsmen in the quarterfinal. Sounds like the start of a joke, but it is no joke because someone will be taking home some hefty ranking points and a big first prize. It's just not me. The last ball moving has dropped in. And it's not straightforward. The yellow and red close to each other. I'm not sure if Mark can maybe just... I don't know if it's on, but can he pot that yellow into the bottom corner pocket? And he would maybe have a chance on the yellows from there. I think that's... I like what he's doing here, making sure he's on the yellows first. That's the ones he's looking at. And the 2 yellows at the bottom are going to be the balls. To maybe open up that one solitary yellow that's in a bit of trouble. Looks like a nice angle. The only problem he has here now is he's going to have to get back down. I'm thinking take the one in the bottom cushion first. And then play the kick shot. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. just needs to control this. Nice and easy. Worst case scenario, I think he'll be on the yellow to the top left corner. And worst case scenario has actually ended up far worse than the scenario that I was thinking. Mark is in all kinds of trouble here. And although the Reds are not sitting pretty, can he cut this in super thin? He's tried to get the outside one. It was always tight, too tight, and Mark Farnsworth is having a bit of a nightmare at the start of this match. Corey Reese turning the screw. Absolutely welded to that red. The two yellows at the top. Biggies type target. But getting to them, not easy. Any kind of hit would be a good one here. If Corey can get the black into play with a free shot, it's looking like 5 frames to 0. Yeah, has to go really near the bottom pocket with loads and loads aside. Try and let the side, the left hand side. And again, that's not easy to play when it's welded to the red. And there's an easier hit, you can go behind the red, the left hand side I think, and just hit the red, hit the yellow in the middle of the table. Kinda where his hand is right now, I think he can play there. But it doesn't matter what I think, Mark has played the shot that he thought, and it's not come out. Well, maybe, just maybe, it was stuck to the red in such a way that he couldn't play off the left hand cushion. And it looks like another frame heading the way of Corey Reese. Heading for 5 frames to 0. It's 4-0 Morgan McInnes against Dan Davey. And Liam Dunster and Curtis Lee not started yet. Liam not long finished his match with Luke Sanges. Maybe went for a lie down. We might get that one started soon. Should be a quick one though. 2 players more than capable of wiping each other out. It's underway. 6-3 Craig Marsh against Andrew Whitfield. Oh, Corey, he's got away with that because that's a plant now. And he's also got the option of what he just looked at there. He can pop the red in the bottom left. One closest to the cushion, they'll have the red to the bottom right. Slightly fortunate. look at the leg in the air. Look at this. Corey Reese giving us a little leg flick as he leans over. He's popped that in. I think he's going to have to play the plant next. Exactly what he's looking at, because he's landed slightly awkward in the one to the top. It changes the total complexion of the type of finish he was looking to play. I don't think playing on the plant is such a big issue. Nice angle. Allows him to play on the one on the left hand cushion. Gives him options for the one in the middle of the table as well. Is there an argument here? See, I like taking the one to the right middle, using the yellow as a cushion, and then just popping that down, the red closest to the black last. That's probably why it's Corey at the table and not me. So you may be thinking about leaving that one to last. So pop this in, come out, then the one closest to the black, and just drift up slightly higher, and then the red to the right middle, cushion the yellow for the black. I mean, he's missed that, he's got away with that, he's put his hand up. Yeah, but that is what he's going to do. Slightly fortunate. I think the pace that he played it at, it was always going to have a chance of dropping in. The top right pocket. That's had quite a few balls. Just kind of stand on the edge. 5 frames to 0. Corey Reese. What a start to this quarter final. Craig Marsh 6, Andrew Whitfield 3, Corey Reese 5, Mark Farnsworth 0, Morgan McInnes 5, Dan Davey 0. What is going on? And Liam Dunster Curtis-Lee has only just started, but we'll keep you updated as that one continues on. Corey, bit of a spring in the step. Looking to get Mark Farnsworth out of there quickly. Frame number 6, Corey Reese break. He's got one. Has he got a chance? He's got a good chance. The opening on the reds, a bit more straightforward than yellows. Although both sets of balls look pretty good. If you could put the cue ball in the centre of the table, it'd be a tough choice, but I think it'll be reds here. looking at playing the plant. And I think that is because he wants to leave a red over the pocket, or even close to the middle, so that he's got it for the black. Not an easy plant, no. Yeah, that's not gone to plan. It makes life a bit more difficult for Corey. He's still at the table. He's still in charge of this frame. You see Mark Farnsworth in the background. You just need to stay patient. A long way back. But right now, it's Corey charging on. The Corey Reese Express flying. What can Mark Farnsworth do to stem the flow? Not much right now because he's sitting in his seat. And these are awkward though. Bit of work for Corey. Yeah, it's getting more difficult. Safety here. It's not worked out the way he would have liked. He's left a long plant. And Mark Farnsworth will have a chance to disturb that cluster at the right hand side. The big thing here is, a moment ago, it was looking like 6-0. So even though you're 5-0 behind, you see the way Mark sprung into action there. He's maybe not on that plant because he's not having a look at it. I think he was on the plant. I understand the shot he's played. He's tried to get a good snooker and get the yellow down inside the red and try and get the bottom corner bag at the same time. However, it's not gone to plan. I wonder if Mark can somehow put Corey in a bit of trouble here. Mark's in a bit of trouble here. There's not much in the way of a major chance. Can he hide the cue ball? I'm trying to bring one of them into play and get to the top left corner at the same time. Yeah, he's unlucky, he's left the one to the bottom. It's a good idea if it came off. Craig Marsh 6, Andrew Whitfield 5. Andy Boy not going away easily. Surely not. Is he going to be the amateur semi-finalist in the Welsh Grand Prix? He's sticking in. Morgan McInnes goes 6-0 in front of Dan Davey. The Scotsman had stated he wasn't really pleased with his professional status as yet, and over the last couple of years hasn't really achieved what he felt he could in the pro ranks. But all of a sudden, the professional final in Glasgow at the IPA in the Normandy Hotel, and here he is now 6-0 in front against Dan Davey, the current Welsh Open champion. Looks like he's going to be dropped unless he can turn that one around quickly. But Morgan McInnes absolutely flying. Corey Rees, however, absolutely flying here. But he's given Mark Farnsworth a little bit of a sniff here. Can Mark Farnsworth turn it into an opportunity to win the frame? Trying to see the best place to leave the cue ball. I think he's trying to leave Corey on the red. It's over the yellow at the middle pocket. Yeah, that was the worst case scenario. I like that shot because where he's landed, Corey wouldn't have had a shot. That's what he was looking at. He was looking at the line of where he would leave him if he didn't pot it. And he wouldn't have left Corey a pot. And you see there, a good shot, and now he's got a chance to pot kick himself. There's a good chance the black might end up even worse off here. But in saying that, the worst case would be he might have a double at the end. Oh, that is unfortunate. And it also has created a wonderful opportunity for Corey Rees to go 6-0 in front here. I don't think it was exactly the way Mark had envisaged kicking into them, but it actually came out unbelievable if he had potted the yellow. With only one awkward ball is the black now. And he could try and nudge it right now. Pop this red in, bottom cushion, trace aside. Get over, flick the black, land on the red to the bottom. Oh, that's exactly what he's played. That's exactly what he's played. Now, does a black pot? I think it does. If you look at the cue ball right now, that's the line that you would want to take to pot it. So I think that's potable. Yeah, 100% potable. Oh, I think he can just about hold. He's okay. Yeah, because I think if you put the cue ball where it is right now, he pots that black, no problem. 10 out of 10. So just needs to control it here. Little trace. You can either play this with some check side or some running side. And running side towards the yellow 2 cushions. Oh, he's left it really wide, that's fine. Totally fine. Just that little bit of side to take the pace off the cue ball. Nice and easy. And this black for a 6-0 lead. And it is 6-0 Corey Reese. Mountains are obviously there to be climbed, but Mark Farnsworth is going to need to start climbing quick. It's 6-0 here. Craig Marsh 7, Andrew Whitfield 5, Morgan McInnes 6, Dan Davey 1. He's got one on the board. And Liam Dunster, Curtis Lee still on the go right now. 1-0 Liam Dunster. Long way to go in that one. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is the IPA Welsh Grand Prix semi-final. Morgan McInnes, Liam Dunster, all Scottish affair. And I'm joined by IPA Pro and a guy I actually tipped to go quite far this weekend, Dave. I don't know, Dave, cheers for joining me, mate.
Great to be here.
These two guys, Morgan, he's been absolutely flying this weekend. Liam obviously is just Liam Dunster, but this is a rerun of the final from Glasgow not so long ago, which Liam won. Does Morgan have a chance of maybe turning the tide and getting one over in Liam this time?
Yeah, I think why not? You know, the standard that he plays and the form he's obviously in at the moment. You know, getting to the semi-final. I think once you get to this stage, you've always got to fancy yourself.
He was speaking outside just before the match was starting, and people were talking about maybe feeling tired and will the final get played? Will we manage to get there in time? The last match took almost 4 hours, and he said, listen, I feel great, so no matter what, I'm going to be playing. And that's just the way it is. Obviously, I think he's having his practice frame here. If he's not, he's just banging balls for fun, but yeah, it's definitely the practice frame, but he's feeling good. And I think obviously the evidence is he's got to the semi-final, so you must be feeling good, you must be playing good to get that far in any competition, Dave. But these are long races against some of the best players, so he made light work of Dan Davey. He's got a chance here.
Yeah, every chance. You know, it's when the players get to this stage, you know, they've obviously got to be in good form. You know, unless they're like some of the real top players that have just managed to like scrape through and, you know, really work hard at it. But other than that, generally you'd expect all players to be in good form.
Well, Mark Farnsworth is one of the players that's just scraped through. He was 7-1 down to Corey Rees when Liam Dunster and Curtis Slee, their match had just started. Both of the matches actually finished almost simultaneously, with Liam potting the black just before Mark did. But Mark, at one point, he looked buried, he looked tired, he was sitting there with his head in his hands, and it looked like maybe when he came here on the Thursday and played that long race practice match type thing, and maybe just a step too far, but then all of a sudden he's in the semi-finals. He's playing obviously the home hero, Craig Marsh. But when you scrape through the games, you'll know better than most. Does that give you an extra, that second win, that wee bit extra, rather than he was obviously feeling tired, he was down and out, he's still in there fighting? Do you get that extra boost from that? Or?
Yeah, well, I think so. Yeah, I mean, we all do feel tiredness occasionally. You know, sometimes we can't avoid that, but I also think with the way you're playing or the results or momentum, it can just give you that boost when things start to go the other way, and it sounds like that's what happened. Just almost gives you that little bit of extra energy. You know, like if you're feeling a bit down in the dumps compared to feeling happy, you know, your energy levels are different. So I think that's quite possibly what happened in that.
Is this Morgan? I know they're having a few minutes each, but he's been working on this new. Well, he's not been working on it. He said he's just accidentally found it, and he was explaining to me what it is. He goes to that right hand side as we see it and just smashes the front ball, tries to bring the cue ball back. He says, but it's been working incredibly well. Obviously that's just another practice break, but you never get a ball that time. And looking at the layout, you need to make sure he does, because if he's breaking like that and doesn't get a ball, Liam will make short work of it. He's feeling good. Can he get an IPA title under his belt after joining the pro ranks this year? Ultra competitive. And the thing that stands out for me, Dave, it's like you get to the last 8 and you look at it, and it's normally 8 of maybe 20 players, and it's like I keep saying, how do these guys do it? How is it always them? Why do they seem to have that something different? Although loads and loads of other players that are in and around that kind of level, very good, can beat anybody on their day. Just at that business end, there just seems to be that group. And Mark Farnsworth, Liam Dunster, Dan Davey, obviously over the last couple of years, they just seem to always be there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I keep looking at the draw and at the end of each event, and you just keep seeing familiar faces. Obviously, not all of them, because, like you say, anyone can beat anyone in the day, so that does take some of them out. But in general, you've got your main core that are at the back end of events, and you know, it just makes you ask, really, well, what are they doing? It's obviously the sheer standard that they are, but their ability to go through these like long matches, match after match, and we spoke about Liam before. He never ever looks tired. It's easy after one tough match to feel absolutely drained. I mean, imagine how Mark Farnsworth feeling now after getting through such a long match and such an emotional match, being so far behind, thinking it's not going to be his day, to suddenly what's going on and coming back one by one, and he's still behind and then managed to go on to get victory.
It's mad because there's often that one match when somebody goes and wins a tournament. There's often one match, whether it's in the early rounds or somewhere towards the end or the middle, and there's always that match they say, I probably should have lost that, but from then on in I felt like, well, I was free rolling, and all of a sudden and that could be this match. I don't know how Mark's other matches have went. He's obviously managed to get to the semi-final now, but that one there against Corey, he could have been forgiven for thinking the show was over, he was out. I know Corey had a few chances he didn't take, a couple of mistakes here and there from 7-1 up, but he's probably not thinking at that stage. He's probably just, I needs a couple of half chances and this match is done. I know you don't think that way, you've still got to go and do the job, but that, to me, I look at that and I look at the other scores, 10-6, 10-6, 10-5, and I think Mark's is the one that stands out as maybe the match that maybe just that turning point.
Yeah.
One moment you're out and the next minute, well, you've got a free hit at it now.
Yeah, because obviously he'll think he should be out, and he'd have probably felt that halfway through the match. But yeah, it can just, as we spoke about before, just give you that extra boost and energy. You need confidence as well.
This is the break, Morgan. He was trying to explain to me, as most pool players do these days, they turn their phone round and they show you the back of it, and he said, I don't know what it is, but it's absolutely incredible, and I've now witnessed a dry break and 2 and-offs, so he might have to change it.
Commentators care.
That's it. He'll actually be saying to
I think that's what smirk is.
Yeah, he'll be saying to himself, I've just sat with Stevie Walker with my phone showing him the break that's got him all the way to this semi-final. Maybe time to change it, Morgan.
The problem is we've all been there. We find a break and we're like, we're sticking to that.
Yeah, you're so reluctant to change.
Yeah, and then you go to a different table and it just doesn't work, and then you're trying to search for something else. But that's the thing, going from venue to venue is bad enough, but even from table to table, it can work or it doesn't work, and it's really, I think, the hardest thing to try and work on is your break, because with different conditions, I feel like you almost can't. Yeah,
well, for talking's sake, there was one of the ex-professional snooker player, Jamie Burnett, and I was speaking to him about one of the events he was in. I think he got quite deep, maybe like the Edinburgh Open a few years back, and I said, Jamie, these tables are really poor, mate, I'm really struggling, and you seem to have found some kind of groove on them. And he says, yeah, well, Stevie, the first couple of frames, what I do is I just try my best to just figure out the table. Is the cushions a bit springy? Is the cloth slow? Is it quick? Is it reactive? Is it dead? All these different things. Are the balls reacting well? Am I having to put a bit extra on them? He was going through all these different scenarios. He says, and I try my best in the first 2 or 3 frames, hopefully winning the frames, but to really go over the things in my mind, and then from then on and just try and get as best as I can on the tables as they are. And something that in my head I'm thinking, that's a lot to, because you just mentioned it there, because when you go to the next table, then that can be different straight away, never mind. But the break, you don't get to have bounces off cushions and a little trace aside and work on it. Do I need to stun it a bit harder, or do I have to dig a bit lower? On the break, you only get to hit it, and so going from table to table, it's so different.
Yeah, it's so tricky. I mean, obviously if they're like similar, it helps, which obviously generally are. But yeah, it's so tricky because you're like, well, what do you change? And you can be doing everything exactly the same. Everything appears the same, but it's just different.
That's where you maybe here. I was breaking from the left, I changed to the right, I went down the middle, I moved it slightly here, I hit bottom, I went top. You can only really change where you strike the cue ball and where you strike it from. There's not really, maybe take a bit off it or try and hit it a bit harder, but generally it really is. I've had it myself, you've probably had it a million times where you're on one table and you've played great because your break's been unbelievable, and then your next 2 matches you've not had a ball in it and you're out the tournament, and it's like such a big shot these days as well, because I find most players, even in these, whether you're a pro or an amateur, most of the guys can finish, and if they're that easy you can be under pressure quite quick if your break's not working and your opponent's is, and it's became such an important part of the game, probably the biggest shot in the game.
The only thing I will add to that is that my break has never been unbelievable.
Your break, I don't even know how you. Is it? I think you forgot it's your breaks. You've got a few of them. You've got a few kind of crazy. I wish we had some kind of graphic that we could show you guys some of Dave's magical break moments. There was one of the moments in Isle of Man last year, and I had only just seen the end of it. And I actually didn't see what you did. I just seen the way the cue ball went and where you were standing, and I said to someone, that was a bit wild there. Dave's just had some miscue, but he's managed to fluke the break. And they looked at me and went, no, he meant it. And I went, what do you mean? He went, he just banged it right into the cushion. And I thought, you were at that side and you've miscued so much, it's hit the cushion and basically flown into the balls. And yeah, he's got a few kind of trick shot type breaks, guys. If you ever see him in the building, maybe he'll show you them or you'll see them from afar. But I don't know how you can generate the kind of accuracy to do that break. It's incredible.
Well, I think it's just the same as any other break. It's got its pros and cons where you can have the same problem, you can going off and all that. But it's just something different. If I'm struggling, so it just gives me something different to try. That's the only reason I do it, really. So.
Some of our Welsh Grand Prix highlight moments from day one on your screen right now as we're just waiting on Morgan and Liam getting ready to start the match. There's a few big moments from day one, a few where, I mean, this is quick. He's not messing about here. There was some big ones. People snookering themselves, getting out the snooker, 3 and 4 cushions and creaming them in top corners. Some of the highlight moments were first class.
It's one of my breaks, sir. I have to say, I found the venue and the conditions, the tables, and the balls are all brilliant this weekend. I think it's been really good, and I think it's really helped the standard as well.
Mentioned that it was actually quite funny, Dave. Earlier on, Mark Boyle was playing. Someone probably not grasping. They'd actually thought I was making excuses for Mark because of some of the mistakes he'd made, but it was basically trying to explain how reactive the cloth can be when you're trying to maybe just play a delicate little screw and it zips off the cushion and spins away. And so there's a couple of shots Mark played, and you're just trying to explain because of the new balls and cloth this can happen, and it's not any excuse for anybody because both players are on the same table. It's just it can at times make you look silly, but it's what we all want to play on. We want to play on it every single day of the week. You don't always get these conditions, especially in a local club and what have you, but just there was a few moments and you think, well, I'm trying to explain to the viewers at home from an educated standpoint because I'm in the venue, I've played on the tables, I get to try there can be often times where you're watching and thinking, what's he done there? That's a terrible shot. When in truth, you know exactly what he's tried. It's just, it's not come off because it can be so reactive. But the tables to me have been, it's brand new cloth, only done the other day, right in time for the event. Bushy came in and opened all the brand new balls right out the wrapper. They still had the cellophane on them. You can't ask for more.
No, exactly, and that's why I feel it's worth a mention, because it's for the benefit of us players that we that he's doing it all that, and it's just great that we get that. And we're quite lucky these days as well with the ball cleaning machines as well. They help preserve the balls and make them last longer. So
it does. It makes a huge difference to the standard, especially with the balls breaking and stuff like that as well. You'll get matches where they just, whatever it is you're doing, they're just not breaking great, or there's clusters here and there. That's just the nature of pool. But I think this weekend the standard of the tables have been absolutely first class, and it's been mentioned numerous times, and that's the beauty of it. It can make the game so much more fluid and attacking, but then that bit of drama, it can make you look really, really silly at times. But it's you would take this every day of the week over anything else.
Yeah, no, definitely, and it's just adjusting, and once you learn and figure it out, it's all right. I mean, I think the first few times I played on similar conditions, it was like, I don't think I really understood it until I heard like a few people like talk about this, that, and the other, and then I was watching the cue ball, and I was like, oh right, okay. And you see the cue ball spinning when it gets inside, it spins a lot longer because everything's so new, and also like off the cushions you react different. So
there's actually been some mentioned in the past when things changed and the new Pro Cup balls came in and the Strachan 861 cloth, and there was obviously a couple of changes that people were worried, is it going to take the game backwards, is it a good new thing? I probably was one of the guys that complained at the start, thinking what's happened here. And one of my mates that I play a lot of pool with, I'm probably with him, John Joe Kirkpatrick, probably with him more than anybody else in the world of pool, and he said to me, went, Stevie, it's like learning to play pool all over again, because the way you play certain shots with side, the angle of doubling the ball or running off the cushions, he's like, everything's different. But now I'm kind of one of these where I couldn't see it any other way. I'm a big advocate for what we've got. I think it's first class, especially when it's the way we have it this weekend.
I think it's the same with anything that's new. There's always going to be a bit of debate, people not happy, or a lot of the time it's just people giving themselves a chance to get used to something different. But of course, providing it is better.
Here we have the lag off. Eventually, this semi-final race to 10 is going to get underway. And Liam has managed to win the lag. I think we need to get Liam some new t-shirts, guys. We actually had a joke about it not long ago, and I said to him, I went, are you not going to get some of the new tour t-shirts? And he says, why, what's up with this? And I went, I think it says World Championship 2017 or something. I can't find exactly the date on it. It was quite funny. And he says
22 actually.
Is it 22?
Yeah, I've seen
right,
it. Yeah, I picked up.
Right, and he says to me, no, but is it ripped? And I'm like, no, it was just a joke. But he's kind of thinking there must be something wrong with it. But I was just meaning, well, it's 2025, and I know how deliberate it is, because in the back of the tops for this year it says Tour 2020. It's going to be, so next year if you're wearing that, it's going to look a bit, and it's clever marketing. It's clever. I mean, and I like to freshen up anyway, but Liam was kind of like, no, is there something wrong with it? I'm like, nope.
Well, there might be soon. We can arrange it.
Mark Farnsworth, he actually had to be.
You have got a pair of scissors, haven't you?
He was forced into the change himself, and then in Glasgow there he ended up buying himself a few. But I have to say, I mean, I think Mark's t-shirts were almost exactly the same ones as Liam has. I think it was an orange one, the purple one, and but Mark's got the new ones, and I've got one of the ones in green. Smart top, really nice tops, but
yeah, I've got one of them as well. Yeah.
I like
I
some
did
of,
have actually.
I like some of the designs that some of the players have come up with, and some of them look. I think there's one is a guy. It says on the back he's top chewit.
Oh yes,
It's
yeah,
quite
it's
cool,
good.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's
I
really
like
good,
some of
that
the
one, yeah.
some of that kind of stuff. And Clint Hanson's tops are is it Mowgli and all the
Yeah.
kind of Jungle Book type stuff that's on the back. Absolutely quality. And that's the custom wear stuff that you get from on board. It's first class.
So I think yellow's here, but it's just whether he's got a shot. It'll be tricky, this one. Mind you, it's saying that, it depends if you have a developing ball on the reds to go into them. But I think it's going to be a safety first shot.
Yeah, do you think? I was going to say, do you think he maybe just touch this yellow down the bottom and leave the cue ball almost where it is? Hand the table to Morgan. I'm like, it's not an easy shot to play.
I think the thing is, if the shot's it's this difficult where it's located now, then he's going to want to keep it there and pass the table over.
Not far away from touching.
It's whether Morgan can play the same shot again.
Yeah, I think it might be a touch close there for him to play that. Is he maybe going to... Is he going to go for the cut?
I wasn't sure from the other camera angle if it was cuttable. I first thought it was, but then
Yeah, the
I
thing,
thought it wasn't.
the thing that's standing out for me is that was a lot thinner than what Liam had, yet Liam refused it.
Yeah. From the other camera angle, though, it did really look like it wasn't possible.
Yeah.
But when we just looked at it then, it didn't look as hard.
Yeah, he's managed to give himself a good chance because he's on probably the one really awkward ball and he's managing to get down.
Just doesn't want to be flat on the cushion.
He played Morgan on Friday. Quite scrappy. Both of us were missing chances all over the place and he scraped through, and he said, we actually spoke about it and he mentioned the fact that sometimes you need that scrappy first match to kind of kick you into gear, and ever since that he's been absolutely fantastic and he's absolutely brimming with confidence. He's feeling, I actually believe he feels he could go and win this.
Yeah.
Just the way he was talking before the match.
He's certainly got the ability, it's just whether he's got the form in it, and it sounds like he has. Great addition to the pro ranks this year, and the results back that up as well.
Slightly awkward, I thought. Dropping that in, maybe even if he landed round about the bog line, he's perfect to just come back out, but it seems if he can get enough of the cue on it.
The good thing is just about the pot, so he should be fine. Sometimes you're actually better off with that shot than you are with a bit of angle having to come out for it. Yeah, and then you having to stun or screw it in. And
yeah, I was just thinking with the black over the bag, if he just got that run through wrong, you get a chance of knocking the black in. So, but he's landed slightly awkward, but took them well.
Yeah, I think also as well he wouldn't have gone as close to it if he used.
Yeah,
if he
so he's obviously
black,
convinced that he's going nowhere near it.
So if he was going to underhit it or overhit it, he'd have still been fine.
We were actually talking last night about Liam and the way he plays. You won't see him going for the big shot, the kind of hero shot flying into balls. So he refused that. Morgan then went, knowing that he'd no control of the cue ball, he's going to hit something and hopefully get a chance, and he's ended up winning the frame from it. Liam's more if it's not
Yeah.
perfect, he's not going to go.
More calculated, and it was tricky to see how you're going to get on the colour set without playing that shot.
I don't know if it's me. I've noticed this a couple of times, and it's not. This is the first. It's been Morgan. I think it was Keane or someone else the other day. It might not have been. I'm trying to think if it was the Joel. I can't mind what match it was, but when they were setting them up, I kept thinking that the balls were slightly behind the spot, and it looked like it there. It didn't look like the spot was right in the middle, but I'm thinking maybe just it looks like that on the camera, rather than because I was thinking, why? Now normally people would get into a bit of trouble for kind of sliding it a wee bit further forward, but generally back wouldn't be the. What a break!
Yeah, he's hit them really well. He's exploded them.
Yeah, they've opened up well, but slightly a bit of work to do.
I'm thinking yellows, just because the yellow of the corner pocket with the two reds in the way, but then you do have it's tricky with that other yellow next to the red. I just feel all the others are accessible. So that yellow and the red is actually next to each other. That are actually problems for both colour sets.
Yeah, I think it was looking there as if Morgan was eyeing up possibly going reds. Maybe he was looking at the angle for the reds at the bottom there, but
you've also got the yellow in the bookend as well. The red doesn't go past that in that pocket. Initially it seems strange to suggest yellows, but it might have to be.
I wonder if he can just pop the yellow in the top, the one in the centre of the table, pop it in the top and just screw into the red and yellow, and they might all be there. But then it's a bit of a hero shot early. This is maybe what he's playing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but it was obviously a lot thinner than it looked at the angle, because I'm thinking he could have maybe screwed back into these, but obviously he's nowhere near that.
I think he could be right.
I think he's good.
Play the top right and play the combination shot, because that'll free up the middle pocket for the yellow next to the reds in a couple shots time. Yeah, he maybe didn't fancy my option. There might have been more angle on that than we thought. But this works just as well if with having angle on the one on the cushion, because he can go into them two balls and then be perfect on the yellow next to the red in the middle.
The yellow at the bottom right. Slightly awkward, Dave. Not a natural connector close by, but could create one here. Oh.
I thought you just had to roll it in with right hand side, to be honest.
Yeah, just come straight out.
It's almost like he kind of tried to stun or screw it in, but depends if the yellow was a little further down the rail than we thought, then maybe that's why you had to play it like that.
Looks like the red closest to the right middle probably just drops in. I think Liam maybe just drop on the outside one here. He's went a bit further than he would have liked, but I think he's okay. Looks as if it passes. throw at the big bag as well. I think that's maybe his intention, because it opens the bottom right corner up. Has he maybe gone too far? Might have to play the outside one. Yeah, he did travel just a touch too far, because it will be the outside one he plays. He doesn't get it.
You understand why he played that, because it opens up the two at the bottom as well. So they're a lot harder to judge them shots than you think, aren't they?
Yeah, I think when you're playing across them the way Liam's landed on that, you're trying to catch just half a ball.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're playing it into a blind pocket, it's hard enough, but never mind having to play to catch a half ball, clear the bag, pot the ball. Yeah, such a tough shot. It wasn't a million miles away, but it's advantage Morgan once again.
Just what to clip them two balls. Well, this is when it gets tricky, when you're feeling you're drawing dead, or what to play to try and keep yourself in the frame.
Yeah, that does not look.
I'd be amazed if that went. What's harder is the fact he's cutting it back as well.
Yeah, Liam's miss didn't do much harm. Morgan still had work to do. However, I think if you're right behind that, I'm still not convinced you can pot it. The one that Morgan's just played there, the cutback.
Yeah, I think it was one of them. He kind of didn't want to play it, but had to. There really wasn't anything else on. I was even looking to see if there was much where he could put a ball on the ball, and there wasn't really any options. It was probably the one he went for. Was probably the only one you could try and stick it on top, but chances are you're going to give two shots away. So.
So is it bottom right and then the two middles, and just drop on the red above the yellow to the bottom right for the black. Yeah, so you can just drop these two in. And fairly straightforward from here, Dave.
Yeah, just about pace control on this one, but it being right over the pocket, and shouldn't have any issues. I don't know if he needs to be straight on this, on his last red to get through, but I'm sure if the cue ball landed on the yellow, it would be still easy enough, the angle. But now it looks like he's played it perfect.
Yeah, wasting no time getting down. It turned into a bit of a scrappy one. Liam squares it up. One frame apiece. It was never really easy there, but I think the shot you mentioned when he's tried to cut the ball down the cushion and just open the two up, He's just kind of dug into it a bit, and I think just maybe coming off with a touch aside might have been the answer for Morgan. But just speaking about it, talking about the matches before and how reactive it is, if you just flick it that tiny wee bit more than you normally would, and it can just come flying off.
Yeah, no, it really can. But it's great conditions to play in. It's just the fact that it's how soft you can hit them. I noticed that like a couple of times with like safety shots, you think that'll never reach or never get that contact, and you kind of know it will, but like anywhere else it wouldn't have done.
Yeah, that's it. Craig Marsh 2-1 up in Mark Farnsworth. Liam Dunster, Morgan McInnes, all square. Here comes the Liam Dunster break. Nice and easy, yellow towards the middle. Oh, that was a very unlike Liam Dunster break.
Yeah, it looked like he mishit that one.
Yeah.
It's just, you can just tell by the way they split and the reaction.
Yeah, slightly awkward. Once again.
Yeah, it could be tricky, this thing, because there's no real them three balls together. There's no real breaker for them. And on the top left cushion, there's like them two yellows. You know, you got to get rid of the one close to the pocket before you can get on pop the other one, and the red doesn't go past there as well. So I think there's going to be a bit of a few safety shots here.
Yeah, I think if the first frame was anything to go by, I don't expect Liam to try any heroics here. I think it'll just be quite straightforward. Try and find some kind of safety. He'll definitely not. He's not the gambling type. He's more calculated, as you mentioned at the top of the show there when we get started. That it's just not Liam's way. Maybe ping this out through the gap and leave the white in the bottom. Oh, he's went for it, and it's going to fall. Well.
I thought that was a lot thinner than but that was definitely the shot.
And again, I wonder if Liam is thinking, well, do you know what? I've done this in the first frame and let Morgan in, and he's went and taken a finish. I can pot it. It's not easy. There's going to be a bit of moving, but it's better to be in control of it than letting your opponent be, kind of thing. But
well, the thing is like by playing that shot, it was always going to come out pretty well. And then after that point, he knows he's only really got one problem ball, and that's the red on the top by the top left cushion with them two yellows. But you'd fancy him to figure something out to maybe get him behind it or disturb it.
yeah, he just had a look there. Maybe the possibility of dropping into that area, and if it drops in the left middle, it might be the perfect connector for the black. But knowing Liam, I think if he can, he'll try and get it out of there as early as he possibly could, but
I think he is slightly dictated to potentially leaving it last. I think he'll play this one and the one in the middle. It's just tricky to quite get in behind it because of them two yellows. The yellow close to the cushion, the one good thing about it is the fact that it can be used as like a bit of a stopper for position for maybe the red in the corner, but it's getting there. I think that's why Liam's potentially looking at a double. It goes. Yeah, it doubles, so
Yeah, so he's going to play this and then play the double.
I think it's definitely the route in it, because at least he's given himself a shot. And he's going to have a good cue ball to play it.
Yeah, that looks decent. And again, it's one probably slightly fortunate that it does double, because it's probably only just missing the yellow for the exact angle that it's going to go in. But he's seen it early.
Well, that's it. I don't think he'd have gone for it with not knowing he didn't have this as an option.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, Liam Dunster. Not letting Morgan in this time. He broke the balls. Definitely some kind of mishit, Dave. It wasn't sweet. The balls didn't break, and even his cue ball went flying down towards the bottom left corner. It was pretty strange, but he's taken a really good finish and a signal of intent by Liam Dunster. He's 2-1 up. Good finish, I have to say. A bit of work to be done there, and he done it well.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he took them out well.
And Craig Marsh is now 4-1 in front against Mark Farnsworth. Mark was 7-1 behind against Corey Rees, and he managed to come back, so you can never count him out. But how much has it taken out of him? So Morgan, let's see if this break. Well, he's been ranting and raving about. Well, I tell you what, they didn't half open.
Yeah, you can't argue with that. There's a couple of clusters though.
Yeah, do you know, we were speaking before the match, a few of us outside, and talking about the fact that you can hit them as hard as you want sometimes, you can hit them as sweet as you want, but sometimes you just don't have the opportunity to go and take the finish.
Yeah.
There's a cluster here, a ball, now maybe one or two on a cushion, a couple stuck to each other, and it can just be a really awkward table. And the minute he hit them, the balls flew everywhere, and it's just...
Then they all went back together.
It's mad. And I know a lot of people will say, well, you can go and work on the break, and you can work on your timing and how you strike it and all these things. Of course you can. That's the nature of anything you're trying to master. But how the balls come out, you mentioned earlier the different cloth, and not even the different cloth, but table to table, some have had different wear, and the balls have had different hands on them, and all these tiny factors make such a huge difference. And sometimes you can just hit them the best you can, and it's just down to your luck the way they come out.
Yeah, once you've done the good work, it can lead to the lap of the gods. May you see it, he just doesn't fancy it. You know, like you say, after such a good break, just no chance there at all to really go for it.
It's probably slightly fortunate there. That red was heading towards the middle, and it's kind of flicked off. I think it was the yellow in the middle of the table down at the black spot, and then it's went towards the side. But I think if it went in any kind of position for Liam to pot it, he would have had a chance. The yellow down at the bottom, that would have been a good kind of ball to maybe get into the reds and yellows at the side. But what will Liam be thinking here? Craig Marsh 4, Mark Farnsworth 1. And that's our other semi-final. Let me correct you on that. It's 5-1. And Craig Marsh absolutely flying, the home favourite. I know he's tired. And you know, he told me that he fell over a fence a couple of nights ago. And I'm looking at him and thinking, why were you climbing it? And he apparently climbed over and got stuck and managed to do himself a bit of damage. So he's got a bit of a reprieve because he's getting to where a few people have been writing and saying, what's the dress code? Why has he got a pair of kind of jog pants on? And it's actually because he injured himself climbing to save himself a 2-minute walk. So he won't be doing that again in a hurry. He was showing us outside and he's got a bit of a tear. That's caused him a bit of damage. So in the Mark Farnsworth game against Craig Marsh is on the second stream table. Here live on the IPA, the main table is Morgan McInnes and Liam Dunster. A lot of pool to be played. Two guys that know each other very well. Both of them have been coached at different times. One of the best in the game, Alan Reynolds Senior. Renzi, we do have him at the IPA, is one of the team these days. Me and Dave know fine well that he's hard work on these comms at times, what we put up with him, Dave, don't we? Renzi is one of the best. Absolute class act. And these two guys on the table are both students or ex-students of what Renzi's taught them. So if you don't like it, send your crazy emails to Renzi. He'll be happy to receive and ignore. Class act. And that's, it's testament to how good a coach he is, Dave, that the success of some of the players in his camp over the years.
Oh, most definitely, yeah. And quite lucky to have someone like that on the doorstep. And
yeah.
I think sometimes as well, it's when you have the opportunity, it's like picking the right person to help you.
Yeah, most definitely.
But when you got someone like that on your doorstep, then that's so good. It's a no-brainer.
There was once a time it was on my doorstep and I started to play the game. I get involved quite late, and I was playing in the same team as him, and he helped me so much. And then maybe I asked him for too much help and he left. He disappeared. He went from Glasgow to Dunfermline, and then that was me. And I actually said to him a while ago, Renzi, if you didn't leave, I'd have been a world champion. And he looked at me as if I was a nutcase. And he kind of says, do you think? And I went, I don't know, possibly. But he's one of the... It wasn't even about how he taught you. To me, it wasn't. It was different. My relationship with Renzi was, he could make you feel 10 feet tall. You couldn't do any wrong. He just had a way of making you feel like you could take on the entire world. And that kind of management skill, obviously these guys have learned loads about the pre-shot routine and how they go about their business and how they map out and what the percentages and all these kind of things that matter so much in this game. But there's so many other qualities that he's got, and these two have learned so much. But wow, he landed slightly awkward. You never really want to be bridging, Dave, on a shot that you need to play at such pace because you're jumping the white. Yeah. And it's...
You got to judge that as well, and that's why he ultimately missed.
You don't want to be giving Liam any invitation. Morgan will just need to be patient. For me, he's not done a hell of a lot wrong, just the odd slack shot. But the mad thing is when you do that against someone like Liam, it feels like you're getting punished tenfold. He's relentless.
Yeah, he just knows the going. You're saying about Renzi making you feel like 10 feet tall, and that's the biggest hurdle in this game. I feel it's not just the technique and all, it is having that belief and you know, it's that's something like the real top players really have. Like Liam, you know, he'll come in hoping to win these events, not, you know, hoping for a good run.
Oh, that's one of the. I don't think, and I don't know how many people that's watching the way they maybe go about their business on the table, because I think most people that watch these, 90% of them are probably people that play pool, whether it's in the local pub, the clubs, the leagues, whatever it might be. They might not play in the tours and what have you, but most of them will play. And I think maybe most of them would accept some changes to make themselves better, but most will have some kind of style of play. You only need to get into the building, and maybe 20, 30 of the top guys, they all have something that's slightly different, and they might not want anybody to change it, maybe just enhance it, and maybe give them a bit more self-belief in what it is. And that's the thing that I always felt that he had, and these two players have learnt so much from him, and it's no surprise to me the success that they're having. But I think that was one of the biggest strengths, because I don't believe, I mean, obviously everybody's different, but never asking them how to play pool. I think it was just when you're in and around somebody that makes you believe in yourself more, that's massive, and he's done wonders with these two guys, so he deserves a lot of credit. And obviously young Preston McInnes, Kieran Kay, a lot of the other youngsters from that kind of area that are coming through. I mean, it's kind of like, look out, because these kids have got a massive future. But probably the success of Liam stands out more than most, because he's just been an absolute relentless machine for probably the last decade.
I think it's also the fact that his nerve. You know, that's the thing with top players, they hold a nerve better than others, and
it's like he's got a switch, and like a lot of people, they don't realise the kind of, he's actually he's got a decent sense of humour and stuff, and he's got a kind of dry kind of, and a lot of people don't see it. They just think that he's kind of boring, slow, robotic, but that's because when he leaves, listen, you're not going to see him dancing about the venue with his top off now, that's not Liam, but when he steps to the table, he's the same every time. It's like he clicks a switch, and then all of a sudden you're not going to get him any other way, because he's ready to go to war. You need to scrape him off the table, and I don't know what that is, if that's something that you can teach, or that's just something that's built into you. But whatever it is, Liam's got it in abundance, and it's that same kind of break. The ball's opened okay, and all of a sudden they're all back together. Yellow onto red, into the middle. That's what he's looking at. This is a shot, I think me and you have spoke about it, that a lot of the pros would like it taken out of the game, that you can play the plant from one colour to the other at the opening.
I don't mind it.
I'm the same. It just seems to be the top guys are good enough without being able to get an advantage from the break like that, and because you've had people talk about bring back the breaker nominates, but that was one of the things that stood out to me, was some of them saying maybe if you only get one shot, if you go in off, or you don't get to play a yellow onto red plant at the start, but
I don't mind it, because I think it helps keep the game open. Because I mean, like there for example, could have been a safety shot instead of an attacking shot. The
full frame could have ended up kind of dragging out.
That probably wasn't the best example, but that's what could happen. So I'm kind of okay with it. I do get the reason, you know, you should probably pot your colour set that you're hitting, but I'm okay with it.
What about there's a few people think if the black goes in off, put it in the spot, and others like I say, if you go in off, you only get one shot. Or I've been I was having a hard time with my break, so I was a big advocate for the breaker nominates. And I'm thinking, because I just felt like I was getting reverse dished every single frame I was breaking, and I'm like, I've not got any advantage here, this is destroying me. And I said I think they should bring back breaker nominates, but then loads of people were obviously, I think more people than not would say like just keep it as it is, and that's fine. But a lot of people would then come up to me, or they would be on the kind of chats or message me and say, I agree with you, it's a nightmare, because what advantage are you getting if you break dry and your opponent rolls them in, and then, but the advantage really is, well, you're the one getting to break,
Yeah.
but it's in the hands of the gods, really. And
Yeah. I thought about this before. The only fairest way, which just doesn't work, but is if the person who's breaking gets to play the next shot regardless.
yeah, do you know what? There's quite a few people that have spoke about that as well. I've seen that come up. That's
But then it takes all skill, or any skill away from the break, and I don't think it would look right.
yeah, you could end up with a kind of, oh, Morgan, is it going to end up? Maybe just not tapping them, but hitting them nice and soft just to open them.
Yeah.
Knowing that they might work out a way that they can just open them enough to get a chance. And
Yeah. I don't think that'll look pretty.
No.
But I think I think is getting equal chances. I think that would even it up. But disclaimer: I'm not suggesting that should happen.
that was the unofficial Dave Adano idea. Not official. It's not in black and white. There's no signature on it. But I think it's. Do you know? Probably the biggest thing is most people will come up with an idea, or they'll complain about what's actually happening if something's not going their way. See, if everything's going great, you don't want to change anything. Like me personally, if my break's going unbelievably well, the last thing I'm going to talk about is changing the break.
Yeah.
So it's one of the things in life, you only really look to change something if it's not good for you. Whereas when it comes to the masses, like Mark Boyle and Gareth, I spoke to a lot of guys about different kind of things and what they think, but there is the odd thing that people would tweak this or tweak that, but generally on the break, most people like the idea of smashing them open, and what will be will be.
Yeah, I'm pretty much okay with that. I think you were mentioning before about the 8-ball. Maybe that could come up if that went down, because at least the break stands, whether it's a good break or a bad break. Apart from obviously with the 8-ball could go in an awkward location with it being on the spot, but let's just look at the draw, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose that's the 8-ball goes in and there's absolute roll-ins, but then when it goes on the spot, there's no finish possible because it's in front of everything. But as you say, if that's what it is, that's what it is. It's the right now you could break the balls. I did it yesterday. I can only talk from my experience, and it's probably the best break I'd done all weekend. And I went, oh, look at this, and I turned round, put my break cue down, looked back round, and Kev Austin had burst out laughing because the last ball rolling was the black, and it dropped in the top bag, and honestly they were all over the pockets. And I'm like, oh, that only happens to me. And it's just like, but that's the same idea. If it goes in and you've got absolute roll-ins and it comes back in the spot, great. But if it comes back and it blocks something, it's that 50-50, just like the break is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it goes for you, sometimes it goes against you.
I think I'd rather the 8-ball come up, to be honest. At least a good break or a bad break, it stands.
Yeah, I like it. I like the idea of it. Oh, this is some effort. Morgan McInnes. Oh, he deserved better.
That's always the risk, but it's what a great executed shot. It's just he just needs to hit the cushion first on the way down, and it'll come down the bottom cushion. That's unfortunate.
Great bit of imagination, and I have to say, I believe wholeheartedly he deserved a bit better there. Craig Marsh 5, Mark Pickworth. He's disappeared, guys. Mark Farnsworth 3. Oh, I must be getting tired, guys. Get that on the highlight reel.
Stephen, the walker talker, just look at the screen in front of you. Great shot.
Right, Morgan, for your next trick, son, you just have to cut this black, bridging over the yellow into the far left corner. Wow. Right to Mark Farnsworth sees that I called him Pickworth earlier. There'll be some noises getting screamed in the northeast later on.
I can see the similarities.
Oh. Couple of fantastic shots. I would love to say he deserves to pot this, but you only deserve to pot it when you actually do it.
No, that was tough.
And it was super, super hard. Deserved better. Deserved a better chance for the 2 world-class shots he's played. However, the nature of this game, you don't always get what you think you deserve.
And they're the parts that we usually remember best.
I know. That's it.
Just forget the wins, but then it's the losses we remember.
Yeah, you don't seem to forget the things that you hear people talking about. Oh, my opponent get this, that, and you always seem to forget the things that go your way. And it's like it's so subjective the way we remember what happens in the game of pool. It's yellows down here aren't straightforward, or are they? Has he got a plant to play? Does he have to drop inside?
I was just going to say the same, because they're all like kind of blocking each other. So like you say, you might have to just pick them off.
Yeah, he might go top right and then just work his way back down. There really is there's certain situations, David, you'll play a certain shot and you'll leave one maybe up over a bag just in case you don't land great, but in this situation, if he makes any kind of mistake, there's no hiding place.
Yeah, which is unusual, but he's sometimes you're forced to.
Yeah.
The thing is, if he's got a good angle here, we can then disturb the one on the cushion and then be perfect on the one down over the pocket, which will unlock the other yellow.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just came a touch too far. Can he maybe just drop on the gap? Give himself the one closest to the bottom left corner. He's coming down right now. Is he going to play the plant?
No, I think he's just put it in
Oh,
the
he's just
corner
going
and
to
then
put the
disturb.
open one. Yeah.
Cross, yeah. I think if you had a bit more angle, you might
Yeah,
have tried to
yeah.
disturb the yellow on the left cushion, but you can also think once you take them out, alright, you don't need to really disturb anything, but I think the only thing with disturbing that is the fact that if the cue ball come out enough, then he won't be able to play this shot
Yep.
now, so that there'd been a bit of a risk like that, but so I think he's right to leave it. You don't want to risk putting it on the cushion, or if you do get it off, you then don't have this shot.
Putting a lot of side on this. I think he'll be just flicking into it now. Liam doesn't usually kick into the balls unless they really need to, or it's a kind of gift. He could maybe just flick this in, go high, play the one into the middle, and then pop it down, but I wonder if he can just about flick that yellow on the way out. Is he going to maybe double this? He's looking at it.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same. I think he's going to have to play a double later, if not now, so he might as well play it now. Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, so good.
I was thinking along those lines. I was thinking, well, does it sound a bit crazy? But
yeah, he's...
So Liam, you crazy?
He made that look ridiculously easy as well. He just...
I think the beauty of it was just absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, sometimes you're just kind of...
Yeah.
Exactly where you would like to be on that kind of shot, and... It's 4 frames to 1 now. Yeah, tough school. Off to an absolute flyer here as Liam Dunster. In the other semi-final, Craig Marsh 5, Mark Farnsworth 4. Mr. Farnsworth fighting back once again. Chasing down another Welshman. The last time it was Corey Rees, but now it's Craig Marsh. And in that last 8, we did have 4 Welshmen, 2 Scots and 2 English. In the semi-finals, we've got 2 Scots still going, 1 Welshman and 1 Englishman, but the 2 Scots are going head to head. Only one can make the final. Will it be a Welshman or an Englishman that goes head to head with them? We'll find out very soon.
He's hit them well, but the cue ball's been down the box. Sorry, down the bottom cushion is going to make the first shot tricky. I think ideally like to be yellows, but he hasn't really got an easy one to start with, unless that one goes in the right middle. I think if he's looking at it, it must do.
Yeah, if it does, I think it does. It's a pretty good chance then here, Davies. It kind of maps itself out. Has he overcooked that just a touch? I think it's close enough and just off the cushion that he can just drop it. Oh, he's landed on the gap. It's a bonus.
Yeah, I don't blame him for playing that shot, because at least he can just use the weight of the cue ball now to go back down table.
Yeah, eliminates a lot of traffic if you had to go back for that. I actually thought he might have come down for the one. I know it's close to the left middle, but just drop on it, play it in the bottom. Bottom right, bottom left, the black, but should still be okay here. I think he can just come back through the gap nice and easy. Yeah, just as good.
Played
Just as straightforward.
I'd like to probably another turn just so you can play the yellow next to the black, but it doesn't really make much difference either way around.
So good. What a fight back from Morgan, a breaking dish. And he's going to take a moment to head to the bathroom. And Liam will set things up. Liam Morgan takes the comfort break, as I've learned to call it, ever since getting involved. The comfort break. And I think, how much comfort are they actually getting when they go to these toilets? It's like getting into a pit stop, they quickly go in, get a massage, hot towel, blow dried on the way back out. It's like
You can get your hair cut. So you're looking well today, Stephen. You've had a shave recently. You had any great ideas recently?
well, I must have went for a comfort break there. 6-4 Craig Marsh now. One step closer to the magic number 10.
Yeah, it didn't really work for me, race to 10.
Liam waiting patiently. Morgan has returned with some energy in hand. He's turned up with a Diet Coke and a Diet Mars bar.
I thought you'd have popped some for us as well there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was actually expecting him to come out with a big white robe on. His hair all puffed up from that quick comfort break. Yeah, I'm not having that. That needs to change, that comfort break thing. Quick bathroom break. That does for me. There's not even a bath in the room either. This is not going well, Dave.
I was just going to say, how does that exactly work?
You have to get looking for the players, and there they are, just relaxing in a hot bath. Well, we're back. Liam Dunster with a dry break. Morgan swiftly steps up to the table.
Looks like a good chance as long as that yellow next to the red goes in the middle.
Oh. Little bit of emotion from Morgan. And I don't mind that. You might get a warning from the referee. I think he just did.
I think he's just in shock that he did miss it. Like, maybe he's just didn't quite pick the pace and angle, and
I think he's maybe concentrated so much, Dave, in just getting above the middle bag.
Yeah.
He's just so determined to make sure he doesn't go near the middle pocket. He's just forgot to pot the ball, and we're all guilty of doing that at times. But
it is one of our pet hates, our biggest frustrations.
And that will be why he's so frustrated, because that is one of the things that you hear quite a lot of, is sometimes you have to just pot the ball and then trust that you're going to get the rest of the shot right. And it's unfortunate, because it was a decent chance, as you say, if that yellow does pass. And I think the way he was going about his business was telling me that it did. Oh. I don't think he's covered the full pocket. Oh, a chance here for Morgan to get this frame.
I thought, knowing Liam, he might have been tempted to cover the pocket, to be honest. Just purely because of where that yellow is, it wouldn't have really gone anywhere. apart from a skill shot, of course, but just to try and buy himself a bit of time in the frame.
It's quite strange. You sometimes get that certain shot or something that can annoy you over the course of a weekend or whatever, but that top right corner has been a bit of a nemesis for most of the players on this table. It was earlier for Mark Boyle and numerous people before. It's just seems to be Craig Marsh as well. Actually, quite a few cuts up it, and for some reason it was either just kind of catching that near jaw and staying out. It just, yeah, Diet Mars bar time. Bit of energy. We talk about the endurance that you need to win these kind of events. You're starting obviously on the Friday and playing all the way through. It can be long days and obviously long matches, long sessions. No surprise to me, Morgan getting a bit of energy.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? You're trying to keep your energy levels up, but also you don't want to have like a big meal and then feel full. So, well, and obviously, right at the moment, he's not got time to go in or the Sunday roast. Can you imagine that in the middle of a match? Yeah, turn up with a Sunday roast.
That would be some comfort break, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the guys are sitting in their robe, munching into a roast chicken dinner. Yeah, you get. It was actually quite a while ago. I can't mind who the player was. It was in one of the big events, and they had asked, "Listen, is there any chance I can go and get a quick bite? Like, well, you're due to go back on." And there was maybe a bit of moaning about it, and I remember at the time thinking, I think it was maybe semi-final, something like that, and I'm thinking the luxury here, and obviously it's not a luxury, it's hard work, but to go on long runs in these tournaments, generally there's not many breaks in between, especially on the final type day. So would you rather be out early and away having your dinner, or would you rather be in just fighting your way through? And I suppose there's a fine line, because you don't want people to be pretty fatigued and struggling and whatever it is, but I think if you were to take an objective stance on it and say, well, what would you rather? I think most people would say, well, I'd rather be deep in the tournament, and if I have to just have a couple of snacks and get my way through. But I think it's the mental side of it as well. It's these long days and constantly on your feet. It's not easy by any stretch.
It's tough, but it's something we have to adapt to. And I was like, I could never have a deep run, say the Open, for example. And then I said to myself one day, and go, well, there's so many people doing it, and instead of thinking about it and tiring yourself out even more thinking about it, just accept it is what it is and get on with it, and don't let yourself run out of gas till you're out of the tournament. It's like switch off, that kind of thing. A good chance here for Liam, providing that red does go past the yellow, but if not, he can always play it the other way, but no, must go.
Yeah. It doesn't look like he's got the full bag, but it definitely goes.
Yeah, I got a funny story. One of my friends, Robbie Corkish, who sadly passed away, he was playing a singles match. I think it was Europeans or something, and playing this French guy, and it was 4 each. And he played this. He was snookered, and he had this little like puppet with him called Beaker. So he was stood there, talking to Beaker, asking Beaker for some advice. So this French fella's thinking, what is going on here? Next thing he says, I need to go to the toilet. Like, this is in the middle of like a deciding frame. And then next thing he goes to the toilet. Knowing Robbie, he would speak to everyone. He went to the bar, ordered the drink, spoke to everyone on the way back. About 25 minutes later, he returns back up to the table. And then, like the most impossible snooker ever, he managed to get out of it and then snooker the fella back. I wasn't there, but I've heard the story. So that's the comfort break.
Yeah, that's some kind of break. That's what that is. There was actually a tournament in Motherwell in the Junior Sports Bar a while back, and one of the guys was playing the tournament, and I think there was 2 frames played in the match.
Oh, he's hit
and
them,
he says he's creamed them, and he's not going to get anything. He said to his opponent, "Listen, I need to can you bear with me? I just need to go and grab my missus." And he's went, "Yeah, of course." So he's thinking he's away outside to get his missus and bring her in. So about an hour's passed, and what his opponent actually did was leave in his car, drive and pick his missus up, then go to a hotel they were staying in for the night, get changed, and then come back. And he walked in full of different clothes, all that kind of stuff, and his opponent's going, "What happened to you?" And they just thought he'd left. And there's some people that don't really take. It was like I can't mind it was what the tournament was. It was one of the kind of local flyers kind of thing, but it was a decent kind of tournament. A lot of good players. I think the player that was playing it was Rab Edmund, who's the Scotland A team manager right now at international, and he was. He went off his head. But he's like, "No, I'm not having that. That's
yeah.
Sorry, bear with me. I'm waiting to get the missus and just disappeared."
Wow.
That's next level type stuff, but I think that's, to a lot of people, it's just a game of pool. They don't realise that other people take it
like the etiquette of it.
That's exactly it. Whereas obviously at this level, I don't see anybody. Listen, there'll be gamesmanship at every sport, that's the way it is, but most people that they might maybe take a bit of extra time on shots when they don't have to, but I don't think there's anything major in the pro ranks that stands out to me. I think it's most of the guys are really pretty solid.
Yeah, most of us are good friends and get on really well, and there's that mutual respect, isn't there? So
that's a big part in it, the respect, and to help the game grow and help the IPA become what everybody thinks it can be, what we believe it can be. It requires everybody to have a mutual respect and a willingness to kind of help it grow together, and that doesn't happen if everybody's kind of not on the same page as each other.
Yeah. So he's just underdone that a little, so that's going to make it a little tricky. Well, it really is thin, isn't it? May have to change the route actually.
Yeah, the black, pretty awkward as well. Looking at that off the red.
I think with the 8-ball, it'd have to be a thin double, looking at how close it is to the rail.
Would you still be playing this, Dave, or would you be going reroute, take the one at the top right?
I think you can reroute, but it's not easy. You could put the one on the balk, then left middle, then right middle, and then on down the rail to come back down for the bottom one. But you don't really like playing balls down the rail too hard. You'd like to play them like a medium pace.
Yeah. It's he's landed slightly short, and obviously, he's going to play it. He's going to go for the. Yeah, he went for the kind of billiard type shot.
I don't mind that because look where it is now. There's 3 dead reds there at the moment, but obviously they could be opened up on this shot.
Yeah, the pace he played that at, probably kind of knew that he was going to cover the pocket, worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't.
I think part of it as well is like you look at the chance he would have had. I mean that one that I mentioned down the rail potentially would have been his last ball.
Yeah.
So that would have given him a good angle on the 8-ball, so he'd have been looking at getting out there.
Not an easy starter. He's got control of this frame right now, Liam.
The tricky thing is for him is where that yellow is with an extra 2 reds. It should be okay, but it's getting the cue ball out if you need to, and if that ends up being your last ball later on, trying to get on high on the 8 ball for the double could be tricky. So.
Possibility of a touching ball. Craig Marsh 7, Mark Farnsworth 6. That one potentially going all the way.
I think I'd rather try to get the say similar kind of shot. Depends if the knuckle's in the way, but trying to get it between the yellow and the red, just to try and not move that yellow further out. Which we'll mention that shot I mentioned before about getting the cue ball out onto the 8 ball. It just makes it a bit easier, just because it's that fraction over to the left.
Liam looking like he's trying to see if he can just slide off it and leave the cue ball in the jaws of the pocket, but that looks so tough. Looks like a straight in off.
However, although I go back to the Morgan shot there, actually, it might have helped him open that pocket up, or even for a shot later when he could try and cover the pocket. So maybe he had that in mind, trying to open the pocket slightly.
Yeah, well, the reds aren't bad now when you look at it. If anybody was getting dizzy there, I apologise. I think he's maybe just nudged the yellow enough, Dave, that the plant possibly could go now.
Yeah, I don't think it quite goes, but I think what it could do is it could allow you to play at a pace where you could clip off the yellow and then cover the pocket. But it is hard to tell.
He's knocked us in. Whether he meant to or not, that is a fantastic pot.
I think he would have done just
he's
the layout of the reds. He'd have wanted that. I know there'd have been a lot more tricky if that stayed up. But
is he not on this one to the top? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, he's not on it.
very tricky shot, but can he clip off this yellow and come off the side cushion and try and get behind the same yellow? Or would the yellow nearest the top right?
I actually think that's the only shot that he might have.
It's not ideal having to sneak it behind a moving ball that you're hitting, but I can't see much else. Thing is, he's got to guard off both middles as well.
took
be a
that
great
knuckle.
I did wonder about that shot, but I didn't think he could get the cue ball out the way.
He's clipped the high jaw of the left middle, or the right middle, sorry, for the bottom of the table, and it slid right down the cushion. And I don't think that plant, even if he could manipulate it enough to get the pocket, it doesn't look like he can now. So what is Morgan thinking here, Dave? Is there a potential finish on?
It all depends on them two reds, because them two yellows could actually make the plant like a big pocket. And he might be thinking so if he's potting at the moment. So it's just controlling the first red, so it all depends if like it might clip off both yellows, off one then the other. But the plant, you need to play it like a cut, I'd say. I think potting this one coming down for the two reds on the left hand side of the table, I'd get rid of one of them first before playing the plant. And it just opens up the one next to it at the bottom of the racking line. I'd like to have been higher on that. But
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Unless it's different than what we think.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to be even directly above it. Would have been the line I was thinking, but yeah.
And that was all because he just couldn't get the pace he wanted.
Yeah, and I think if you're high on it, you can obviously play it in such a way that the red comes away.
Exactly, yeah.
He's got a shot here. He's got a shot. And he's showed a bit of imagination already in this match. He's pulled out a couple of worldies. Can he give us one now? The answer's yes. But he needs another. And then he needs another.
It's a bit unfortunate. It's just got an extra half a roll, but you can see the angle that he came into it at, and he played it really well. Didn't overhit it. He picked where exactly what to be and hit it really well.
I think he just needs to kind of soft stun this, and then if he can, it would be good if he could leave the cue ball where the red is, or on that kind of line for the back double, but
I think you just drop it in.
It's a tough shot. Oh,
then, yeah.
Did not think he could cut that in. Well.
He would have liked that a little thinner just because he wouldn't have been so close to the cushion here and a little close to the 8 ball. But
I just thought it was just a touch too high, and where the cue ball was, fantastic shot and well seen, Dave. That's why you're a pro.
I can see him on here. It's just not what I'm playing.
So it's one of these one of these scenarios that you never miss sitting here.
Yeah, we're just going back to Morgan's shot there. It's, if he just managed to pot it a little thinner, he'd have just had more of a comfortable shot, because then when the cue ball and the 8 ball just off the cushion and dead straight, it's so tricky. You almost like want a little bit of angle on them and just to roll them in. So it's a bit unfortunate after such a great effort.
A chance for 6 frames to 2. And a 4 frame gap. I like that shot, and you know, I'm starting to notice, there's always things you notice, Dave, sitting in this seat and watching, especially the pros play, a lot of things that stand out. That shot there, there's probably more and more that you would see in the club, that guys would be running off 2 cushions and round the back, and the difference with that there is Liam knows that if he's coming down the table off the second cushion, so it's a thin cut, but just the power stun off one and back out. Probably over the course of the last 6 months, seen that more and more.
Yeah.
That 1 cushion and back out rather than running the 2, and it's, I don't know why, it's something that never used to, maybe it never used to stand out to me because I wasn't in front of the TV doing the commentary and whatever else, but it's 90% of the time it's the top guys that you're doing the commentary on, it's in the main TV arena at the IPA, whatever it is. So I see that more and more and more, and straight away in my head I'm thinking, oh, he might run round, and then it's just bang off 1 cushion and back out. More to do with angle than anything else.
I think it's to do with the just to hitting the ball strike. You can hit through it instead of trying to like just delicately just drop it in, and like, I mean, I'm usually like prefer pace control, but then there is like shots like that where you like just prefer to get into it, and also if you underhit it or overhit it, you should be good anyway. But also as well with this slide on the cushions, it can feel like the cushions are coming off slow, but sometimes that can help you use that to your advantage. And
yeah, there's certain shots where you think, well, I can play this because I'll be able to kill it off the 2 cushions, whereas maybe in another scenario you might be halfway down the table.
Didn't quite hit that one great again. You could see the bounce of the cue ball slightly off the pack there.
It's funny because Liam's break's normally so much more controlled, and the 2 that you can see is slightly mishit. It's like more of a thump in the way that the ball's jumping, and it's not contacting properly.
Yeah, thump rather than a strike.
What's standing out here, Dave? Reds.
Yeah, my initial thought was Reds. It's just how it's all going to link up. It's more about what first shot you're going to play.
I think he'll drop this in and then maybe play the red to the right middle.
One of them rare situations where your free shot, you usually try and do something with it. But in this situation, it was almost by using your free shot to do something would actually potentially cause more problems than it would solve. Yeah.
So often, I've probably done it a million times, but you find yourself using it because you can. And I'm a big advocate for, listen, you've got a free shot, you need to use it to your advantage.
Yeah.
But if your advantage is going and just taking the finish, then just make sure you put it in the right place, whatever it is, and then go from there. And that's where you've got that free shot, you've got a chance to move it if you need to move it and whatever it might be. But I think I often see someone move a ball or pot an opponent's ball just because they can.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you put yourself in a bit of trouble just because of it.
Yeah, and that's all well and good as long as you don't run the risk of running out of position. If you're still going to be absolutely perfect, then there's no harm in it.
Of course.
But if it's for the sake of it, then no. But it's even that like minute of position of where the cue ball would be compared to putting it there with your hand, then that could be a snowball effect later on in the clearance.
He didn't want to be there. It should be okay. I think the black goes in almost every single pocket, so he can just push through. Well done from the Liam Dunster break mistake. Morgan McInnes has pulled one back, and it's him to break. He's not a million miles out of it. Just needs a good break himself here, and if he does get it, it could be quite a big swing in the match. Oh, the Morgan McInnes break. Absolutely monstrous. It needs to be 6 frames to 3. Oh. You're going to have to do it again. They didn't come out absolutely perfect, so it's probably not a bad thing.
Yeah, I think it's potentially saved us from a very long frame there. Not just the 8 ball, but even the other corner pocket. So
yeah, they went a bit awkward.
That brings me back to a chat we've had about potting the 8 ball off the break. You managed to do it was it 3 times on the bounce?
I've done it. I've done it quite a lot, but
Yeah.
this weekend.
No, it's an old story. We talked about once. I think you'd done it about the bet with someone that you
Yeah, I
you could
used
do
to.
it.
I would get it quite a lot into the. So I would get the black into the right middle, and it was cut breaking from the left, opposite side from where Morgan is just now, and somehow I would get the black to go into the right middle pocket, and so it was Renzi that said you should. It was one of the times I kept getting it. And he said you should put bets on with people about that, but it was just a joke, kind of tongue in cheek. So one of the nights in the local pub, I said a couple of people saying I'm talking about it, and I said, well, let's do it. I said I guarantee I'll get it minimum 3 out of 10. I got it 3 out of the first 5. But it was mad. That was like the old green Strachan 6811 snooker type cloth, but it's like I don't feel that I break a whole lot different now to the way I used to. Probably hit the balls a bit different and using different cue and all that kind of stuff. The balls have changed. It used to be the old Aramith Premier balls and came the green boxing, but maybe even before the spotted white. Can't remember exactly, but it's like I'm probably a million miles away from even getting it close to there. But yeah, it used to be so often the way I would hit them, and there's a couple of people who said that is absolutely incredible, Stevie, how often that black goes towards that middle pocket. But used to do the one where to have the cue ball in the jaws of the pocket and say, I guarantee you I can pot the black in the far top corner without hitting what was it, with hitting just one cushion, but I would have it in the jaws of the pocket, and they would be like, how's that possible? You're going to have to go twice across or up and down, because you can't hit it straight, you can't just slide off it. And I would hit it into the jaw in the middle pocket and make it spin up and pot it. They go, oh, that's cheating. And I'm like, no, it's not, it's off one cushion. But that's when I had too much time in my hands. These days I struggle just to pot the ball clean, never mind some kind of fancy trick shot. I might have got myself booked for some exhibitions right enough if I kept doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy how often that happens as well, Dave, that you break, even though he got a ball and the black went in, it wasn't a great layout. Maybe could have worked something out, I don't know, but it's how often you break next and you break dry and your opponent gets a chance at the table. It's just mad how often it happens.
And you always know you're going dry as well, like as Morgan did.
Craig Marsh 8, Mark Farnsworth 7. Still super tight in that one.
That was a great shot. Still a lot of problems to solve. Just the way they're all laid out, trying to link them together is very tricky. That red that's that he's just looking at that now next to yellow that goes in the right centre. But it's getting there. It's going to be really tricky.
He's looking at the patterns and the percentages of where he's going to drop into these areas. However, as you say, it's if you could lift the cue ball up and place it in the areas.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but
Moving it around. You can't do that now. I thought it was alright.
that would be a great game, wouldn't it? All you had to do was just pot the ball, but you could just place it wherever you want. As long as maybe we need to invent a new game.
Yeah.
And but it needs to be a certain distance away. And if you can't get that distance, then you have to play from the cushion.
Oh. Well, this is going to be a minefield. Shall we stop all that? First it was sounding good. I was like, oh, it might be a game I can play.
I think there's potential here. We just have to iron out some minor details. You might see it on the tour next year. Paul and Santa sitting at their telly screen right now going, Walker, shut up. Shut up. It's not happening.
It was us talking about short last time and all, and now we're on about new games.
Yeah, we need to be careful, Dave. They'll be splitting us up soon. He needs to just come up with bright ideas every single time. Do you know, I was going to mention
Every time you have a
earlier,
shave.
yeah, when he was on that top red, I'm thinking, can he leave it such a way that he can half ball that and drop on the one to the left middle? But I really didn't think that it was going to be possible because there's so many factors. But then you've got to factor in that it's actually Liam we're talking about, and he just seems to do things that other people struggle to play as controlled as he does. It's still such a good shot, but it's still really awkward. Probably if that comes another 2 or 3 inches, maybe even another inch, and you'd have been absolutely perfect. Full contact pool. There's a game that would probably be good to watch, but I have a problem keeping the balls on the table. Hey, just drift past this, maybe just on and off the cushion.
Oh, it's played well.
Yeah.
It's played that well. So just the cannon and the pace.
Loads and loads of side on the cue ball just to control it.
And also the different paces you hit it as well, it throws off slightly different as well with the lighter cue ball, so it makes that shot even harder. So he's judged it really well. So is he going to have to run this through, maybe a bit of side through the 2 yellows? He could come past the one on the right of these 2 yellows, but I think he's going to go for the gap. It's one of these you always want to be playing ball, but obviously you can't, and it just makes the shot a lot more tricky.
Yeah, because getting to the 8 ball is not straightforward either if you land slightly short. So he's going to want to come past the yellow. Can he get through the gap with the 2 yellows? Is that the line he's looking at here?
That's what I think. I don't think that if he's on the red, he'll be perfect. Yeah, he's just that worried about it.
Yeah, just a touch too much. And making sure that he got through the 2 yellows. But again, he's got to play that with so much run inside.
Yeah,
You
just makes the shot
different pace. It just can throw the cue ball slightly different every time.
Yeah. But he's that worried about the pace control, again, trying to get through the 2 yellows as well. On top of it already being a difficult shot.
Craig Marsh 8, Mark Farnsworth 8. Came in a few minutes ago, but just slightly distracted by this match right now, which is 6 frames to 3 Liam Dunster. That other semi-final is now down to a best of 3.
It's tricky, really, isn't it? To what you can really do.
I think he's quite fortunate. I think he's not fully snookered, but it really is limited to what. I think the only thing he can possibly control is where he leaves the cue ball, but even at that, it's tough to leave it in such a place that Morgan's not going to have a shot.
I mean, it could be the up and down treble, or I think it's moved the red to try and tie a yellow up. Yeah,
that was always the worry for me.
Yeah,
playing off that side. And that's fallen into a quite straightforward plant. So should be 6-4 here. Barring some huge mistake, which I don't expect to see from Morgan. Just about okay. I think the flick on the red helped him there. If it missed it, he might have been behind it. He might have had some work to do, but that's okay. He did flick the red, he was on it. And the finish, not far away now.
Yeah, just pace control on that shot was all he needed. He played it well.
Yeah, probably slightly deceiving because I'm thinking to myself there, he's left us a bit straight, but I can just push through. Yeah, totally fine. And Morgan McInnes gets one back. 6-4 Dunster, all to play for in this semi-final. It's the Welsh Grand Prix. We're here at the IPA Professional Pool Association. We're down in Wales. It's been a fantastic weekend of pool, and it's brought us to this stage. Mark Farnsworth is on the hill. Craig Marsh, I can tell you, Mr. Black. And Mark Farnsworth went in and cleared up, and is now 9-8 in front. So Craig Marsh has it all to do, but he is breaking. We'll keep you updated as that one goes on. It's Liam Dunster to break here. 6-4 in front against Morgan McInnes in the All-Scottish semi-final. We are back. 2-second comfort break. Just as I was coming in, guys, I didn't want to step across the shot of Craig Marsh. He was on a ball to the bottom right corner. He's on a finish at 9-all, but we will keep you posted as that result comes in. From 9-8 down, he's on a finish to put his place in the final. This match, it's just a touch behind Dave, because it did start probably half an hour behind the other one. Just they weren't far behind each other to get set up, but I think maybe something was getting organised with Liam. I don't know if he was changing his left home or something, but Craig Marsh is in the final, guys. He has come from 9-8 down. He was well in front most of the match, but Mark Farnsworth got himself in front. And it is going to be the Welshman, Craig Marsh, who has booked his place in the IPA Welsh Grand Prix final here in Abercrave in the Village Sports Bar. Oh, congratulations, Marshy. I'll see you in the final. And who will you play? Which one of these two Scots? Is it Liam Dunster? Or is it Morgan McInnes? And what a chance here for Morgan to get within one.
Yeah, that shot he just lined up there, that's the only thing, as long as that read the plants. The trio, the one on the bottom left. He'll be playing that now, but he'll want to make sure he doesn't lose control of that red that he first hits. Depends how much room he's got past the yellow. Oh, he had a lot more than I thought, but still he'd have rather cut that come to the right hand side of the pocket than the left. Just trying to pop that and get back out.
Yeah. He needs to be careful now.
Yeah, I thought he'd have played it a lot softer to try and control it a little.
You maybe have to take the one to the left middle. Come out and play another plant, maybe. Okay, take it in off the yellow just to help him control it a bit better. It would open things up for the black as well. So that's what he's done. Gives the black a couple of pockets now.
Also controlling the cue ball. He's played that well. That was a lot harder than it looked.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot. Swiftly down. Oh, that black obviously goes in the top left, so no issues at all with the 8-ball. Camera angle had me thinking that was super tight, but it's obviously flying home. It's going to be 6-5 here. And it is such a tight match. Not much between both of them. Who is going to join Craig Marsh in the Welsh Grand Prix final? Morgan McInnes not going anywhere from 6-3. It's now 6-5 and Morgan to break. So sticking with that angled front ball break. Looks like a chance here. Maybe Reds.
Yeah, I think Reds. I think the trickiest part of this clearance is just more the pattern, like figuring out the pattern, because it's not as straightforward as it looks, really. That's a lucky shot.
Yeah, that is. Is that red?
Because he can play the right middle,
Yeah.
then left middle, then it'll be straight on the one on the top left, and then they'll link up really well. Oh, sorry, he's not got up high enough.
Yeah, but even the one just up from the black in the left hand side there, that was going to be slightly awkward as well. He would have had to come back round and play on it, so he can prop this in, then maybe take the one to the top left, and then the one over the right middle,
Yeah.
and then work his way back down, which... Yeah, he's working these out. Like Liam Dunster normally does.
I still thought you could have come down for the bottom two first,
Yeah,
and then go back up.
Yeah. And then exact same idea, top left, middle right, and then left, middle, and
I think it would give you more space as well if you went that way, because the red over the bottom left now would have been like your natural ball up to it. When you get to the back end of this clearance, you just want to make sure that yellow next to the red doesn't come into play. You know, you just have to screw out and avoid it. It's mainly thinking of doing it the other way around.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the huge things when you're mapping something out there. You're not only just trying to land on and pot your balls, there's obviously certain things you have to avoid and factor in as well, and obviously that yellow could pose a bit of a problem for the black if he doesn't land properly on the red that he's going to most likely be playing last.
Plus, actually, there's a little more of a gap there than I thought at first, but still, it's you'd want to potentially avoid that. Which is kind of why he's half played on it now, but giving himself the option of the two.
Yeah, pretty clever. try and get down. I wasn't 100% sure he could miss the yellow enough to get down for it. He's played a very good shot. Again, he's got to control this. The black only goes in one pocket.
This is only one thing now. It shouldn't be a problem, but you still got to cue this well.
Just a little flick off the left-hand cushion just to give him that little spring. It can be very easy to make a mistake when you try and just screw straight back, under hit it, over hit it, and all of a sudden, but you can just control it that bit better, just letting the pace come off the cushion, that kind of shot. And he's taking
letting the weight of the cue ball do the work for you.
Really is.
That's a mistake you can see quite often down the local pub. You know, people just screwing it back and they're either getting nothing or they're
That's right.
zipping it back far too much.
7 frames to 5. Edging ever so close. Yeah, just thinking about the fact that Craig Marsh is in the final, looking to get his hands on his second Grand Prix title. He beat Dave McNamara, if I remember correctly, in the English Grand Prix final. Am I right? I'm sure I'm right.
I think so, yeah.
And if he gets to the final and wins this, he'll have 2 of the Grand Prix titles. He would only need the Scottish, and he would essentially have the trio grand of Grand Prix. That would be some going. He'd have to get that on his t-shirt somewhere, something to commemorate that. It's like a miniature Grand Slam, innit?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that'd be a great achievement, and one that could arguably never be repeated as well. It's such a unique.
There's definitely some work to be done during this finish. Would it be a nightmare if he drops this plant and the red doesn't go, Dave?
I think that's the shot. I think it gives him so much control on the frame of all the 2 yellows on the left cushion. Yeah, I mean, he could actually play the plant, but as soft as possible, because there's still an out here. Because he'll have the red between the 2 yellows. He could be on that after this shot. And like you say, if it doesn't go, then it'll still cover the pocket.
Yeah, that's that shot there. He's had that shot that I just mentioned there to Dave about just if it doesn't go, it wouldn't be a disaster, and if it did go, I'm probably going to finish it, but he's got so much control of this frame. Morgan's going to have to use his imagination once again.
It's great thinking, is he? I think he's executed it really well.
Yeah, you take that.
Has he left a shot on, or is he? It's certainly, you'd think, keep him in the frame. Ideally, what's to be glued behind that, but it's such tricky shots to control them.
Yeah, he knew that even a couple of millimetres to the left, he would have been leaving Liam a chance, so he didn't want to touch that yellow too much, get it out of the way, just enough. It made life awkward, and throwing a yellow, like a kind of span on the works as well at the same time, just to cause a bit of havoc. Can he cut this back? Is that what he's trying? Oh, off the yellow. Tap on the leg from Morgan. Showing a bit of appreciation for that shot. Liam using his imagination. It's not come out. Sometimes you play a big shot, Dave, you don't get the reward by maybe landing perfect on a finish. But to be fair, he was in a bit of trouble there. He's just played a type of shot to nothing, if you want, because still got a bit of control on the frame. I know you would love to come out perfect every single time, but I suppose the beauty is he's still at the table.
Yeah, he's still at the table, we can control it, and it's not an easy chance this, really, because that red next to the yellow limits what you can do with the cue ball as well, if you was to play that a couple shots later, because then you have to go, if you pot these two, then the one at the ball can to try and come back down here, down the bottoms. So you may see him even pull back, but I think he has to go.
Yeah, getting back on the red at the top end is probably going to be the most difficult. There's no obvious connector because the ball is likely going to play to the left middle. You would have argued would maybe be that ball. Is there an argument for going? I think he's maybe looking at it. I think I've that.
Yeah, I'll use the same queuing up to this. I thought, yeah, this is the shot.
Oh,
he doesn't want it in now. Yeah, it's great.
Do you know that top right bag has been as I said it earlier, it's been a bit of a nemesis for some of the players, and I thought this is one of the moments it's going to soak it in. But yeah, good shot. He's managed to keep it over the pocket, and Morgan McInnes is now, if he was not already in some kind of trouble, he's in major trouble now. Has he got a pot on here? Something to keep him going. These are very difficult to judge.
Yeah, it's the pot and angle, and the pace is a lot harder to judge when they're really close to the area.
Yeah, I think the middle pocket, the right middle, is in play here. I think the cue ball might go close. It's the amount of right hand side he's putting on it. That was actually not a bad effort. And he might have had a chance if that dropped, because he was only really one skill shot away. You see him in the top of the screen there. I think he thought he had that. Head in the hands moment. Just has to stay patient. How are you going here, Dave? Are you thinking? It looks like the red will still go into the left middle. Do you take the... I don't know if he's on that. I think he might need to play the top one.
He's getting on it, that's the thing.
It looks like it passes into both middle pockets. Can he maybe play the top one and come to the left hand side? Is that a bit easier?
You can just come across it, yeah. Into the middle. But
he's miles short on that.
I thought he was going to play it like a bit more thinner, to be honest.
So he's ended up going two cushions rather than just go to the one straight down.
Yeah, I don't mind that, because like he'd have had a thinner shot like he's got now, but at least he was guaranteed a shot. Playing it too thin, you could have come the wrong side of the red.
Yeah.
Or even gone off, so great idea, he just obviously didn't get close enough. But now it's really difficult to control the cue ball.
Yeah, and he's not really got any other shot here, to be honest.
Also, I think it's the only ball he can hit.
Yeah, that's a good point, because he can maybe sneak the cue ball between the yellow and the cushion at the bottom, but there's no real joy in that, so this is the only ball he can really play. He's went for a plant.
Didn't see that, but not a bad shout, really.
I think Morgan fancies the skill shot here.
Yeah.
I think he fancies a 2-1, and it could be 7-6. He's got options: yellow to the right middle, yellow to the top right, and any one of them should be a decent enough connector for the 2-1.
I think top right should be a good connector.
Yeah, totally agree.
The only thing with this shot is it probably does guarantee the position better. Just don't want that red coming out awkward. Oh, he's put it clean. If he's playing the skill shot off this one, I thought the other one would have been better, but maybe he had too much angle for that.
Yeah, I'm the same. I mean, I think this one's quite straightforward as well, don't get me wrong, but
it's a smaller pocket.
Yeah, I think that if you were forced to play that and you've not get, you'd probably be quite comfortable playing it, you've not got anything else on, but the fact that the other one was wide open, it kind of stood out to me. But this is the one he's going to play.
If he had too much angle, then he would have been too close, so he had no choice but to come for this.
Nice shot.
But yeah, played it well.
Yeah, I thought it was straightforward enough. And he didn't do too much with the cue ball, just making sure sometimes you have to just pot the ball. That's exactly what he's done, and all of a sudden, from the jaws of despair, Morgan McInnes set to go within one again. Has to mind his work a bit here. Well, the black will go in that middle. Worst case scenario, you've seen him having a look there. A slightly awkward cueing. In fact, he's okay. Hand on the side of the table, can get the full cue past. A little test up. Big moment in the match.
He is hampered slightly.
Yeah, slightly awkward. What makes light work of it.
Yeah, well cued on that. It's one of them, for a left-hander that would have been easier. It's weird when you get them kind of shots, which can be different.
Yeah, it's funny that when you play Scotch doubles, like there's one of the guys back home, Big Chick, just a class act, some player, brilliant player, it just has been for a number of years, but he's a lefty, and every now and again, and you can leave him a shot and he'll look at you like you're mad. And I'll say, what's the problem? It's just a simple drop in. They'll go, yeah, for a right-handed player. For me, it's, and you can't, and you go, you'd sometimes forget that you're not playing for yourself, and you put the ball in a position most times where you're comfortable for you, kind of thing. And it's funny how different it can be. Like as you say there, that would have been so much more comfortable. I mean, he could still get his hand enough that he could control the cue, but it was slightly awkward. And where's he off to? I think Morgan's just left, guys. He's off. I think he's going to go home. He's not messing about. He's lost the plot and left. Yeah, another quick bathroom break, I think. Maybe just jumping for get himself a quick refreshment. I'm sure he'll be back pretty quickly. Morgan to break off 7-6 down. It's a decent one, lot of spin on that. Again, the odd little cluster. Not opening great, I have to say. is Liam seeing here? Because there's not. If that red goes in the top, yeah, he's looking at all the eventualities. That's the way he plays the game. He likes to try and figure things out in that mind of his. But figuring it out and then actually doing it are two different things. Yeah, a bit of imagination from Liam Dunster. It's not a bad shot. He's tried to open everything up with that one shot. Unfortunately, hasn't managed it. He's got one of the reds out. But wow. A good effort, I have to say. Not a lot standing out as straightforward here. But knowing Liam, he will have a plan. Nothing was really straightforward here at all. Nothing stood out, but he's managed to manipulate an opportunity. He's knocked the red in the top right corner in using a yellow. He's opened up some balls down the bottom. And he's now got another kind of half opportunity to maybe pop the red in the bottom right and screw over, dislodge the one red that sits awkward. And if he controls it properly, he might just be on the red over the right middle pocket. Oh, he's missed it and missed the cannon at the same time. Now, it's not straightforward for Morgan, but I tell you what, the alternative was, well, Liam Pot that, opened up the yellow and red and rolled the rest of the reds in. So, he's back at the table. What can Morgan McInnes do? Can he fashion some kind of opportunity here to square this match up? He's got a chance. It's not easy. Yeah, it's not. He had to swerve that there. Would have loved to be a bit further forward. He couldn't do much with the cue ball. And he's ended up in kind of no man's land. And it's not by design. It's not really any fault of Morgan's there. He could only pot the ball and hope that the cue ball maybe travelled a bit further forward. Yeah, he's unfortunate. He's not managed to really have any kind of serious opportunity there. It's been awkward. He's tried to get that double. I tell you what, if he got the double, he would have had a chance, because the yellow just below the cue ball, he would have been able to nick that in and then go towards the two that are kind of blocking each other on the left. Liam has a couple of problems here. Yeah, taking a bit of time here. We don't have the shot clock in play. I do often ask a question: what would you have played if you only had 30 seconds? And probably most of the time you'll end up playing that shot probably 99% of the time. So yeah, it's just unfortunate. We don't really have any way to enforce it, to be honest. And Liam is taking a bit of time because he can. He's trying to figure things out. Slightly awkward. Is he going to play a double? No, he's just knocked the red into a position where I think it pots. I'm just trying to make sure Morgan can't pot. Well, Morgan was left a slim opportunity. Really, really close to both balls. He's managed to just get his cue away in time. It was really tight, but Dave, I don't know. A mistake probably from Liam. He took quite a while over that last shot. I understand there wasn't anything that really stood out. I said here on comms, I often wonder what would you have played if you had the 30-second shot clock. And normally I think more than not you'll end up playing that same shot regardless.
Yeah, quite possibly. There was a lot of problems to try and guard against, and sometimes you just feel that you can't see anywhere safe, and you just feel like you do need to just keep looking at it. And but yeah, like you say, it probably would have come to that conclusion.
Yeah, that was tight. Morgan probably a bit hard on himself. He's played a decent shot to pot the yellow that he was so close to. I mean, there was probably 2 millimetres between them, and he's had to play knowing that he's going to go straight towards the red, so getting the cue away really quick. But in case he fouls, he's done that. He's managed to give himself a chance. Really slim. He's cut one back off the cushion, came back, still not really landing on anything. It was always awkward, and I don't even think he had the whole pocket there, so I think that was tight. Probably been a bit too... He'd be sitting over there spewing that he's not managed to get a better opportunity than maybe he deserved for a couple of shots he played, but sometimes that's the nature.
And also worrying about making sure he's got the right angle on the yellow next to the red, because if he's got too much angle, then he'd be going into the red, which he wouldn't be able to get position, so he'd have had that in the back of his mind as well. A chance here for Liam, but very tricky. He's got the two options: pot the one on the balk line or the one in the bottom left. And I think with the angles, he'll have to go bottom left.
Is he running towards the red on the side cushion?
I think he can just stun it and just hold it and leave himself enough angle. Or he might have to just drop it in dead weight to create that angle. Yeah, perfect. If he pots this, then he should have plenty of angle on the one on the bottom cushion to go up for the other one.
Yeah, he just needs to give himself the right angle. He's going to want to basically just run most likely between the two yellows for the red into the top left. But then, I mean, he'll have options depending on where he lands, Dave. He can go either side because the red obviously goes in both top pockets. But he likes that kind of running side shot where he kind of follows it and then kind of takes off in that opposite direction. So probably the shot that stands out. Oh, he's missed that. He's missed it. But has he got a bit of fortune?
I think he was just worried about leaving himself flat on the next red.
That's the... Sometimes you're guilty of trying to be too perfect, Dave.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just the nature, and that's the way Liam Dunster plays. It's like as close to perfect pull as you're going to get. So, but
it's one of them trying to find the sweet spot. It's quite difficult. You could easily end up on the bottom cushion, but then also trying to avoid it. You don't want to be too high and leave yourself a really thin cut.
I'm just going to touch this. It's not bad. Liam can play something similar, I think, just bottom right corner. If he leaves the white on the bottom cushion. Yep, I mean, regardless, Morgan's going to have a chance to go for it. He didn't really have one there. Does that red cut in?
I think he might have to go for it and go for the cut, because I feel by just playing the dump shot, he's leaving a shot that you'd fancy Morgan to get. It wouldn't be easy, of course, but also this red is incredibly difficult to cut, so it could be the percentage play.
Yeah, is that anywhere safe on the table? Let's see what Liam has decided on. Something tells me that wasn't the plan.
No, it's if he's going to play that shot, you would think that he'd want the cue ball on the bottom cushion. He wouldn't hit it at that pace.
Has he tried to cut that in, Dave, and just really made a meal of it?
I don't think so. I mean, unless he's trying to put the red up near the yellow in the behind the boat line, just to try and cause a bit of traffic, and maybe send the cue ball left as well, just further left than it is, just to make it a bit more tricky.
Well, what a pot from Morgan McInnes. No messing around. Seven frames all. Barring something crazy here. It's taking us a bit of time to get there. Well, we've now got a best of 5. We didn't fall asleep, guys. We were just trying to iron out a few minor issues to get this tournament finished tonight. So we have returned with Morgan McInnes with a chance to square the match up and take us to the decider. And if I was a betting man, I would say we're going to be 9-0 here, Dave.
Yeah, he's got a good chance here as long as he's come across for it, so he can. Yeah, he looks comfortable, so yeah, he should do now, you'd say. Just pace control now, isn't it? Getting the right angles.
Yeah, gonna be 9 frames all. And whoever gets to the final against Craig Marsh, you can rest assured, guys, we are going to have a final on the shot clock. And we also will have to be sending out the link to the new stream for the final, so that will come after this. So be prepared to switch over, guys, but the new stream link will be posted quite swiftly. Oh, he's overcooked it. He should be okay. He's tried to just play into that gap. Just a little bit of adrenaline. A huge shot for Morgan McInnes. Knocks it home. It's 9-0. We are 1 frame away. Which one of these two will join local legend Craig Marsh in the final? It's Liam Dunster to break. You wouldn't want to be a betting man here, Dave. It's been one of these matches, just kind of back and forth.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of topsy-turvy frames. So yeah, as anything with final three and decider, both players will just be hoping for at least one chance.
Yeah, another decider. There's not been any major hammerings in the latter stages. I think the quarterfinals there was a 10-5, couple of 10-6s and another decider in that one, but there's not been any major like 10-1, 10-2 kind of beatings. It's been relatively competitive.
I think the beauty of the race is to 10 as well. It can be like a match of two halves. So if you do go behind the first half, you've got time to get back into it.
Yeah, let's hope it's not. Let's hope it's not a tactical frame at this time. I'd much prefer just a big bloater and get the job done type thing, but who knows what is around the corner here.
Side to switch sides on this one.
Yeah, for the decider, Dave, that's... Oh! And does it come with a chance? I think it does. Reds?
I think reds are the balls, yeah. I think ideally the red next to the yellow would like to be his first shot. If he can get through to it.
You know me, baby, rocking and rolling. As a guy from up our neck of the woods, I wish he was at the table right now. Exciting player. He would make this look ridiculously hard. Liam, to me, I just look at this type of finish and think, how can we mess them up? 9 each in the decider to get to a final. It's very easy to make a mistake, Dave.
It really is, yeah. The pressure on it, and it's one of them. Sometimes you can get a finish and you could probably clear it 100 times out of 100, but when you need to do it that one time when you actually really need it, it's that extra pressure and making sure that you don't make any mistakes. The red in the top half, it's the table by the yellow. As long as that goes into the top right, then it should be plain sailing.
Yeah,
Just has to play a bit more of an intricate shot. If it doesn't, and he's having to play it in the top left, but even then he should be fine. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, a reminder of the new stream will be starting shortly.
Very nicely controlled. And as always, Dave, you want to have the ball closest to the black as your last ball. Sometimes you're forced to kind of change and go a different way. These kind of map themselves out, but that one ball is... it has to be the connector, obviously, to get to that one. Is he kind of between these two? Are you taking the one to the middle first?
I think the middle first. But it all depends as the red that I mentioned before, whether that goes into top right. Which, if it doesn't, that's why he's played it this way to run this forward to.
Taking the top left.
And just come short of the red that's closest to the right middle. Because that one to right middle is the perfect connector ball for the 8 ball. Just drop it in and the cue ball on the side cushion. Oh, so yeah, it did go, so it makes the clearance a lot easier.
Yeah, moments away from a place in the final is Liam Dunster. Morgan McInnes has played his part this weekend. Fantastic run all the way to the semis. He's took Liam all the way to the last frame decider, and it's not done yet. It's not over yet, but you'd be a brave man to bet against Liam. Not finishing these.
I think he's just deciding here whether to just drop it in or try and get close and get on the side rail.
Yeah, because you see the angle he's left. He can get close if he wants, but then he's going to have to bridge over the yellow.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he was checking there, to see how comfortable he's going to be either way. And he's decided he's okay with it. But I think
he'd still love the bounce.
Yeah.
But I think he was like checking worst case scenario, and then if he gets like a little bounce, then even better.
Yeah, he would have definitely preferred maybe just a touch more. Absolutely huge. And it's in. Liam Dunster is in our Welsh Grand Prix final. The IPA, Professional Pool Association here in Wales. And Morgan McInnes, unlucky in the end, pushed him all the way, but unfortunately he has dropped at the semi-final stage, and Liam Dunster is in the final versus Craig Marsh. Guys, we will be back in only a few moments with our fresh stream.